empty pallets just for good measure. There are 3 full pallets, each with 60 planters. That's 180. Then she estimates the 4th.
It's a Tuesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
A beautiful 51-degree start to your morning. We're going to be diddling 70 again today. What a day yesterday. Setting records all over the place, right?
Sunny, gorgeous.
It's probably totally fine. Let's not think about any of it past what happened yesterday and just enjoy the warm weather. And it's not going to rain today either. The rain comes tomorrow, so you'll have one more nice, slightly cloudy but partly sunny day.
Take it.
So take it, soak it in, man. All right. You ever have one of those days where just nothing's going right when it starts?
Yeah.
It's almost like
it's just something's off.
Yeah, it's like a warning from God, like you should go home and go back to bed. Like just every single thing all morning long I've tried to do is blown up in my face.
Yeah.
Just super frustrating, right? You're trying to keep your calm. You're trying to push it down into that part of the heart where your heart's going to explode, where men keep everything because we don't let stress out.
Yeah.
We all have massive heart attacks at 55. Like, I feel like you should get minimum one day a year where it's like, nothing's working, I'm going home.
Okay.
I think we would all be a lot healthier if we had a nothing's working, I'm going home day.
Basically, it's a mulligan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Start it over. I'm going to go home and
Yeah.
climb
Doesn't
back.
count.
Yeah.
It's just not going to get any better from here.
No. I even feel like if I could go home, take a 60-minute nap, wake up and come back in, almost like a hard restart on a computer.
Yeah.
Things would be better.
All right.
And I am not the only person that had one of these days this week, it seems.
What happened?
Well, there was a story yesterday coming from 390 just south of us. Firefighters in the area around 4 a.m. got a call for a tractor trailer that had crashed on a bridge. Did you see this story?
Yeah, it could really back things up, right?
Yeah. Well, no, you're thinking about the one.
Yeah, there was a different one.
There were multiple accidents.
Oh, yeah,
all over
that
the
one.
place.
There was one out in Batavia, too,
Yep,
right?
that was bad.
Yeah.
All right.
This one, everyone ended up safe, despite the fact that, according to police, the cab of a tractor trailer was hanging over a bridge on 390.
This is the second time this has been in the news this week because there was another one, like, over the weekend. Like, I think, like, in Kentucky, same deal.
The cab was hanging over the bridge?
Over a really high bridge, like, over the Ohio River.
Oh.
And it looked the same thing. Like, the whole cab is just like... You know, like when your dog lays on a couch and it flops its head over?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it reminded me of. Like that, I don't know, but how you get out of that goddamn thing.
Well, I'll tell you how. The fire department come out, and they have the truck underneath where you are, and they lift the bucket up, and they slowly remove you from the cab.
Because I'm afraid it's going to slip and I'm going to go over.
I'm with you 100%.
That has to be a terrifying, even if you're only in there for a few minutes.
It's going to feel
I
like
can't imagine
hours.
what goes through your head.
So somebody, the driver
The windshield, if you're not careful.
The driver was in the cab hanging over the bridge over 390.
Because you'd be afraid to move. You don't want to
No.
rock the boat in any way. So you're just stuck there with your thoughts.
So think about this, Kimmy. Even before the fire department gets there, to your point, you don't know what to do.
Yeah.
There's no plan.
Training.
Yeah, like they don't tell you, hey, listen, if you're hanging over a bridge, follow steps X, Y, and Z. Unless truckers do have this training, 252 WCMF.
But think about this. You're kind of hanging upside down, which is also going to throw you off just a tad.
Yeah, you wouldn't be
You're
able
not just sitting comfortably in your seat. You're dangling
You're right.
in an awkward position.
And then as much relief as you would have when you saw the fire department show up to try and come and get you. Tommy, tell me when you think I'm wrong here.
Yeah.
Most men have a really hard time surrendering control to someone else.
Sure.
Right? We all kind of think no matter
Control
the
freak.
situation, if I'm in charge, I can handle it. You would have to surrender all control
Oh, yeah.
to those people in the fire department to get you out of that cab as you are hanging 2-3 stories over that road.
Yeah, it's Jesus take the wheel.
And I understand that these men and women are trained, and in this case, it worked out fantastic, and the odds that something goes wrong, very, very small. But in the back of your head, right, as this just other human being is using his bare hands and a couple of pieces of equipment to get you out of this truck as you are dangling 3 stories over the road. You cannot tell me that's a comfortable situation.
Oh, God.
No.
That's 30-something feet to, like, the pavement.
Yeah. You're dead. And you're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I guess, it's your only option.
Is it, though?
I don't know.
I'm surprised.
I'm going with the experts on this one.
Look, I'm with you, right? The logical thing to do in this situation.
I wouldn't even know what to do. Like, what move to make first?
Well, I want to think about the things some people will do when they're scared that are completely illogical. We've seen plenty of stories of people that are afraid to fly. When the plane starts to take off, they unbuckle and they make a beeline towards the door. They're in the air and they're trying to open the door of a plane because they just want to get out. It's completely unreasonable. Like, I wonder how many people in this situation where you are dangling over 390 in the cab of a truck 30 feet below, you don't know what you're supposed to do, are going to attempt to get out of that truck themselves only because I have control of the situation. Because I can see myself doing that.
But, like, I open up the door, and where am I going?
Well,
It's
you
like,
got to go up.
Yeah.
But how? Up to what? Like, what am I going up to?
Okay, so I'm looking at the pictures of the accident here, right?
Yeah,
And
you might not know how far exactly you have to go.
You're upside
Your limited
down.
vision.
And you're going to crawl. You have to get out and crawl up the truck.
Yep.
And you'd have to have something to grab onto.
Right.
Yeah.
You'd have to be in pretty good shape to not only support your weight, but to pull your dead weight up a
Yeah.
truck.
I'm not saying it's a good idea.
I'm saying you can't do it.
Okay, man. I'm sure there are some people that can.
And depending on the age and the weight and the health of these people.
No, look, it's a terrible idea. What I'm suggesting is a terrible idea. What I'm telling you is, logically,
Yes.
or like in that moment where my brain is thinking is, I got to get out of here now and I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Now I got people sending me the story from Kentucky that you just brought up. New details were released at Louisville crash that left semi hanging off bridge. Holy crap, this one's even scarier.
So this is 200 feet up over the Ohio. It's that big main bridge that goes from Indiana into Louisville, Kentucky. And I think it's about 200 feet up.
Here's the thing. I understand driving off the bridge instead of driving into Kentucky. We've both been to Kentucky.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the driver of this truck that was hanging off the bridge on 390 at 4 a.m. yesterday morning, again, terrible way to start your day.
Yeah.
He's safe, and he's none the worse for wear, and this thing could have been 1,000 times worse. After being rescued from that truck, what emotion weighs out more? Are you more relieved that you're alive, or are you more embarrassed that you were in that situation?
It has to shift from one to the other.
What do you
Like,
think?
you had to have that relief, and now I got to deal with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying
Yeah,
up
yeah, yeah.
Front, it's nothing
Fear.
but, oh, thank God.
Thank
Yeah,
God.
I would
Okay.
think.
Now I got to deal with what I just did.
Okay. Because, like, if you work with a company, like if you're not an independent
Yeah.
trucker, you are never going to live down what happened with
Oh,
your
no.
coworkers.
No.
Even if it wasn't your fault. It could have been somebody else's fault, complete. You did what you had to do in that situation. For the rest of your life,
Yeah.
they're going to call you Dangles.
Yeah, Dangling Dave.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
But I guess I wonder, does your relief of just being alive and okay and going through that traumatic situation, like, would you just accept that nickname?
You'd have to. What are your choices?
Like, well, I just mean like it almost like doesn't even bother you.
All right. Let me paint a scenario for you here, Kim.
Yeah.
Nobody, no guy comes into this room ever.
No,
Do you know-
you're correct.
Do you know why that's the case, Kevin?
Because they have nicknames.
Well, yeah, and we make fun of them in a gentle, fun fashion.
Sure.
But like guys that we've known for years that we like don't
Yeah.
come into this room because they're afraid to be made fun of. So when you ask, like, oh, can you
Yeah, but
accept
they're
your
made
nickname
fun of.
Dangles? The answer is no.
Well, they're made fun of. But I think it would be different if you got a nickname. Well, maybe it would bother you more if you got a nickname based on the traumatic situation.
Okay. But you're alive. You're
Right,
alive.
that's what I'm saying. Like, are you so relieved that you don't care? Like, does it change your perspective on the nickname?
Nah, those nicknames just hang forever.
And they always bother you.
Oh yeah, because nobody ever let it go. So we had a kid. I remember I was a bag boy just starting out in the grocery business, and they had like an overnight crew. And at night, the guys would like pull their cars up closer to the store from like where the employee parking was. But you know they're kids, right? So everybody's like burning out and stuff. This kid's had his parents' station wagon. He lost control of it, and he hit the front pylon right in front of the Winn-Dixie. Like the whole building. I was filling bags up, those paper bags back in the day as a kid, and I remember like the building shook, and he put a V in the front of his old man's station wagon.
Oh.
It was like one of those Oldsmobile Vista Cruises, and it was like the steam's coming out. He's getting out of the car. He's crying.
Oh, no.
He has to call his dad up on a payphone inside the store. His old man comes.
Wait, they wouldn't even let him make a free call?
No. So the old man comes. He's this squatty guy from Boston, and and people remember back in the day, he looked just like Archie Bunker, and he acted just like, he was screaming at his kid in front of all of us so we all witnessed the whole damn thing. We never let it go. That kid was constantly reminded what he did that night.
And in that case, Kimmy, he could have died. That was the best case scenario for him, right?
Yeah.
Like, it could have been really bad. He lived, but he despised going to work every day from that point forward. 252 WCMF. We're talking about the story that happened early yesterday morning, 4 a.m. just south of us. A tractor trailer was on a bridge on 390. There was an accident, and the cab of the tractor trailer was hanging over the bridge, 30 feet above, over the other road. He had to be rescued by firefighters. Everybody is safe, thank God. But again, like, there's so many things happening in this moment, and so many things you have to reckon with after. And as if that wasn't enough, all the things we mentioned. Do you know what the tractor trailer was carrying?
Something funny.
Manure, fertilizer. The ground below is just bags of fertilizer that flew over the bridge and landed on the road. So it's also possible.
At least, thank God it's bags of fertilizer and it wasn't liquid fertilizer.
Yeah.
Okay, good point. You're right, because what if you could have drowned in fertilizer to carry your truck?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? But like, it's not out of the question too that this guy ended up with bags of fertilizer in his cab.
Oh, you could have.
While he's sitting there, which would just make, like, to add insult to injury. You're covered in poo.
Smell.
You're stuck. You might die. Like, the people who are rescuing you have to pretend like they don't smell it.
And fertilizer has that smell that stays with you all day. Like, you taste it all day.
Yeah. Like, could you imagine being one of the firefighters? There's fertilizer bags stuck in the truck. All right, go! You can't react, right? Like, you have to keep your cool. Like, Kimmy, your husband's a firefighter. I'm sure he's seen some shocking things that he has to just maintain calm with.
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, it's going to be on your clothes. The smell doesn't go away once you're done with the job.
And I think that stuff's also kind of explosive in certain situations.
I think it's flammable, right?
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Like dry manure?
The dry fertilizer like that, I think you can use it as an explosive.
Bro, there's a pyramid of bags of fertilizer on the road below. It's an obscene amount of bags of fertilizer. And they're all clear. This is ridiculous. What a terrible situation.
Oh, man. Go ahead.
No, after you.
Just thinking, like, he's got to go back to, let's say he's got to go back to the plant, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's got to sit down with the boss man. He's got to sit down probably with HR. They got to figure out, like, there probably has to be some kind of, like, accident report.
This poor guy.
OSHA.
Yeah.
Like, his whole day is just paperwork.
Bro, the rest of the week, the rest of the month is shot in the ass because, I mean, if it was mulch, excuse me, not fertilizer. My apologies.
Mulch also has a smell that also lingers.
Well, you would know. They call you Tommy Mulch.
Oh, yeah. Mulch and Muley, they used to say.
Is this a quittable offense?
It may be a fireable offense depending on what happened.
Well, I mean, you'd have to be so, like, I wonder, we were talking about how you feel about your employer after after you get rescued. And I'm wondering if almost you're thinking, they better not say anything to me after I've been through that. Like, it may not be I'm scared of my employer, but it might almost be like, not anger, but frustration with, like, the way they may handle it going forward.
That's all well and good.
Yeah.
Unless the accident was your fault.
Right,
True,
I'm saying,
we don't
depending
know
on what happened.
Yeah.
No, you're right. If somebody else did something where you had no choice but to put that tractor trailer where you did, I'm with you.
But
Say something, see what happens.
He's going to have to keep driving. I mean, that's how he makes his living.
Yeah, no, I hear what
and
you're
it pays really good.
By the way, you're assuming it's a man. We don't know. We assumed it was a man who disarmed that knife-wielding attacker at Fisher. We were super wrong
a lady
about that.
trucker.
Could have been.
You don't see many lady truckers, though.
We said that in the last time.
I know,
we got three women immediately calling me, how dare you talk about
Not me like big rig, 18-wheel woman.
I'm a sensitive flower. I'll come kick your ass with my tractor trailer. All right, so the moral of the story is...
What's that?
Do everything you can today to not hang off an overpass on 390. We got a dynamite mulch everywhere kind of breakup for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Oh, it's time for that new hot segment.
What's it called?
Where they mulch it in the hood with Kimmy.
Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood apps you guys have been sending her. She's removed street names and town references. She's going to read it out loud. We're going to listen.
You have to listen.
And because we know every stereotype about every town, village, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whining. And we're going to do it just after 9 o'clock. Come back for that or keep listening. What else you got to do?
Yeah,
today?
come on.
Also just after 7, speaking of trucks, this one of the local type. We were shocked to learn on Thursday with the Rochester Auto Show in town.
Yeah.
That not only they had electric pickup trucks. That was new to us. But the electric pickup trucks make noise.
Yeah.
Not that the engine produces organically, but a speaker that makes it sound like
truck noise.
Yeah. We got a Facebook message from a woman who also discovered for the first time that the noise her husband's truck was making while she was listening was not natural.
Oh.
And she brought it up to her husband. And it seems it's caused a problem. And we'll get to that just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tom, you vote with your dollar.
Oh, yeah.
When you spend money, you expect the best kind of service, bless you. You expect the best kind of quality.
Sure.
And you don't want any run around. People get upset if they feel ripped off. A shocking amount get so upset that they call the state of New York. And we have a number in front of us.
Yeah.
Last year, how many people called the Attorney General's office?
For what?
For this. Wait till you hear. Wait till you hear. We'll do it for you next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. You work hard for your money.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
And if you spend your money and don't get what you expect, well, someone should have to be held accountable.
Yes.
But, I mean, there's different levels of holding accountable. You can complain to the business.
Yeah.
You can leave a bad review online. Or you can do what a shocking amount of people did last year here in the state of New York.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. We know that scammers are out there and they're looking to get you any way they can.
Oh, sure.
And there are ways to manipulate people using their family, using their bank accounts, using their fear of being arrested. But it seems, at least recently in our area, the most effective way scammers have been getting people's information and money
How's that?
is by threatening to take this completely unnecessary thing away.
Oh.
And we'll tell you what it is just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, the state attorney general, the top cop in New York,
Yeah.
put out a list of the most consumer complaints of 2023, the most common. For example, like if you have an issue with any kind of business, you can reach out to the Attorney General's office, and if they get enough complaints or the complaint is so egregious, they will do an investigation to see if there are charges can be brought up on these businesses.
All right.
So, Tommy, they break down the list about with the amount of complaints towards certain types of businesses. For example,
Yeah.
the most complaints last year came towards retail business sales that customers thought were price gouging, had poor customer service, or defective merchandise.
But what? So, and this goes all the way to the Attorney General.
To be clear,
Yeah.
these people were so upset
Yes.
about price gouging, poor customer service, or defective merchandise that they wrote the Attorney General of the state of New York. There were over, Tommy,
Yeah.
5,000 retail consumer complaints. It was by far the most amount, just regular online or brick and mortar stores, that people were so upset.
Yes.
They called the state of New York.
Well, at least it's good to see retail's coming back, right?
Here's what's even more shocking.
What?
There were more complaints for retail businesses than there were for actual bigger issues that we typically see on this list. There were more for retail than landlord and tenant issues, and those are actual serious problems.
Things that affect your living. Yeah.
More than automobile issues. We've seen a ton of that stuff in the news, right? There are some unscrupulous, I guess would be the word.
Sure.
Auto dealers out there. There were more for retail than there were for home repair and home improvement, and we see those folks trying to rip people off in the news all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Those are big money problems. But apparently, they pale in comparison to the folks who think a store ripped them off or treated them poorly.
Yeah, I get the treated them poorly.
Yeah. Could you
Poor
imagine?
customer service.
They were very rude to me.
I would give to be able to comb over the actual complaints that were
It's got to
sent
be
in.
hysterical. It's got to be a sitcom.
I would sit here for the rest of the day and
Yeah.
read all 5,000.
Because you know the people that went that far, took their complaints that far, it still didn't make them feel better.
No.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
I'm guessing like it still bothered you after it was all said and done because I'm guessing nothing happened as a result of your complaint. So I don't know how much better it really makes you feel to invest that much time in complaining about a business or
Okay.
customer service.
I get why you're saying that because you're a rational, reasonable human being. And the phone
Yeah.
number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy, I guess the hope would be after you make that complaint, you sit and you wait for the response from the Attorney General, and
Yeah.
you're sure that they're going to be like, well, we've opened an investigation into this company for the way you were treated.
And it's a weird road to go down if you're looking for like satisfaction. Because like let's say you're pissed off of the product, it would be easier to try to get to somebody that could fix the problem for you in the company. Because I'm always amazed when people bitch and they get free stuff or like money back. They're just for bitching.
No, I'm with you,
Like
man.
they get actually something back, but like to see it just die on the vine in Albany, what a waste of time.
But here's the thing. I was under the impression that the overwhelming majority of people didn't even complain to the point that you're describing.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, do you want to take up all that time and put in all that effort?
Well, people do.
But for an unknown payoff,
yeah.
if there's even a payoff at all.
Yeah.
I was under the impression that most people won't even complain to the business they thought ripped them off.
Probably not.
Right? Like, I don't want to
Yeah.
waste my time. I don't want to be embarrassing.
But I do know people that do score from bitching.
Yeah.
Is it worth it, though?
But usually is that a result of bitching right then and there?
I don't know, but I had an aunt, and she was a lawyer in New York. I think I talked about her before. I loved her to death. She was a complete a-hole. She was a biatch, and she was a major C bag.
When she was an A-hole, a biatch, and a C.
Bro, and I ain't making any of this up.
She was an A, B, and a C.
she hit for the cycle, man, of being like the worst woman you want to deal with. And she was also not attractive.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Because she was just a mean, unattractive New York lawyer. And she would threaten, because she was a lawyer, to like she would fake I know your boss. I run a company myself, which she didn't. Okay. And she would get like all kind of free stuff because she would just scare the crap out of me. They didn't even know who she was. I mean, she could have been anybody. And she just made it up, but she would put the fear of God into people that they didn't want to deal with her. And she would get things. I couldn't do it. I couldn't like, and I don't know how else to say this. Like, you kind of lower yourself to being like this complete mean person.
I agree with you 100%. Right? Because like the person that has to deal with you on the other end of the phone, the odds are
they're just doing their job.
Exactly,
man.
right? They're collecting a paycheck just like you do. Then comes the idea that you would have the time, and I guess if you're a self-employed lawyer, you would have the time.
Yeah.
Right? But I'm with you. The bigger issue would be I'm being a massive dick to someone who doesn't control the situation only to get something that I don't really need.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I just want. And you're looking for freebies.
Yeah.
Because that's really what you're looking for.
I'm with you.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do for me?
But in this case, we're past the freebie point. Again, we're talking.
Now you're going to the attorney general. Like she's going to arrest somebody because she looked at you wrong.
This is just, I took it personally.
Yeah.
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 But I mean, look, I think we've also all been at a point where we're in a situation with a business or a service where it's like you do feel like you have been disrespected.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not taking that step.
Yeah.
But revenge is a hell of a drug.
Sure, but I think it only makes you more angry because there's no guarantee that you get this revenge you're seeking. And when you don't, I would imagine like that, you just make it worse for yourself in your own mind.
Okay. And the worst person to run into is somebody that's just been through this and they want to tell you their experience. Like how they, like, because they always oversell themselves. Well, let me tell you, I got in that guy's face and I could see he knew he was wrong.
Totally right.
And then you had to relive it through like their voice.
Yeah.
And they start getting angry all over again. It's like, I don't want to deal with you, man.
252 WCMF, folks are waiting on hold. We're talking about yesterday, the state attorney general put out the list of the most consumer complaints against certain types of businesses in 2023. By far, over 5,000 consumer complaints went towards retail businesses in the state, businesses that had customers thought were price gouging, had poor customer service, or defective merchandise. There were more complaints against retail than there were for landlord-tenant issues, automobile issues, and home repair and home improvement, which you would think are bigger money, more headache issues.
Yeah, those are big-ticket items.
And those legitimately affect your life on a daily basis, where you live, how you get where you're going, right? Let's talk to Conspiracy Theory Mitchell. He's on CMF. Hey, Mitch, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing this morning?
Great, man. What do you got?
Okay. I probably got about $2,000 in the last 10 years in going through the AG class action lawsuits. But here's what I've done. And you're dealing with a problem, whether it's auto, whatever it is, and I tell them, what do you want me to do here? Do you want me to complain to the AG? You're going to get bad press.
This is my
and they're going to send in a mystery shopper and investigate your business. Is that what you want me to do?
I love the Godfather. I love Mitchell. I love the Godfather move. What do you want me to do here? I want to make this an easy thing for you, but you're putting me in a position where I have to do things that I may not want to do to you.
Well, 9 times out of 10, they'll back off.
All right, but the fact that you've done this 10 times.
Resolve the problem.
All right, Mitchell, let me ask you. Of the $2,000 that you got back, because that's pretty
over
impressive
10
number.
years.
Well, no, he said in the last couple of years. He said now you're not at 10.
10 years, I think.
Oh, you did say 10 years. Okay.
So a decade of work.
De Beers diamond thing.
Wait, okay. So how many complaints have you made in the total of 10 years to recoup the $2,000?
Oh, probably about 6 or 8.
You made 6 state complaints to the state attorney general.
Well, it was state attorney general or right online on a class action lawsuit.
Okay. All right. What did you do with your $2,000, Mitch?
You never mind.
Well, Mitch, listen, I need
you don't want to know, buddy.
Mitch.
I don't think I do want to know. You're right.
Mitch, you say child support. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. That all kind of makes sense, though.
That's
right?
that guy. He is that guy.
But he was bragging about it.
It's a hobby to him almost.
Yeah, I think maybe like once you do it, if you do it more than once, maybe to your point, it's just now a way of complaining for you.
There could also be a rush that comes with it,
Yeah.
maybe, right?
Yeah.
Like when that check shows up for $200, $300, $400, $500, like, look what I did. I took this business to their knees and they cut me a check.
But there's always those people too, like, and they were all in my family, that always thought that they, before anything happened, they're ripping you off. They're
What do you
cheats.
mean?
So like my parents especially, like as they walked into a business, but they're crooks. This is a hell of a racket he's got going on here. You don't know anything about it. He just assumed he was getting ripped off.
Okay.
He would just go in with that mindset that he was getting effed over and he was going to get his.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If you believe that, then why go to that business?
It's a great. I was with my dad. We just moved to Florida, and we had two northern style cars that just didn't work in Florida.
Okay.
So we were at a dealership.
It didn't have a Confederate flag on the top of it?
No, we didn't have a gun rack. No place for a Dixie beer holder. And I remember him, like he's sitting. I remember as a little kid, I'm sitting in this office with him and my mother, and he's trading in two cars, and he gets up. My father gets up, and he picks up the sales thing, and he rips it up in front of the guy, and drops it on his desk, and we have to leave. And I just remember the look on that sales guy's face. I felt so sorry for him, man. Like my father was such a dick, and he had like no heart in it at all.
Okay.
Like he just walked.
But did your dad get a better deal?
He probably did.
So that's just it. Like a guy like Mitchell, he calls us and we make fun of him, and I think rightfully so. But I mean, Mitchell's got $2,000 and we don't. Your dad got a better deal and we didn't.
Oh, I'm sure he did, but like I don't have that in me, man. I don't. Maybe I wish I should have that gene. I'm just too much of a puss.
Well, so,
It also,
I should go to Puss Motors.
I think once you take it that far, you also have to write off that business. I mean, unless you're bold enough to go back and
No.
use their services,
I think there are
which I
people-
think
Oh,
that
they
there
go
are people
back
that
in.
are, but I wouldn't be bold enough to do it. So,
No,
like,
once you knock them over, you go back in, man. You own them now.
yeah, because you can make the statement. You know, the
Yeah,
last time I was in here, you guys gave me a hard time.
They
I
know
don't
me
want,
in this
I
business.
couldn't show face again.
I couldn't either.
Yeah.
You know, it is funny. Like, we should have foresight here because we sit here and we make fun of Mitchell. We make fun of the 5,000 some odd people
Yeah.
that complain to the attorney general about retail businesses. We make fun of your father ripping up this contract. But there is nothing, we can't be totally sure that one of the three of us at some point over the next however many decades, well, for Kimmy and I, decades, you probably months, will have an issue with a business where you will want to call the state attorney general.
But I won't.
You don't know that. Like, you can be so. I've seen you get mad. Remember that time that kid tried to smush a mosquito on your window?
Yeah, and I called the attorney general. I said, "There's nothing we can do about insects."
I told him, hey, cut it out. You didn't want to listen to me. Right? I guess
I just figure like every once in a while things just ain't gonna go your way, and you're gonna lose some money.
I'm with you on that. But
And
that
I just write it off.
But that could make us suckers. Like, who's the
Yeah,
biggest?
I am a sucker.
But who's the bigger sucker here? Is it a guy like Conspiracy Theory Mitchell who wastes God knows how much time? Because that $2,000, I mean, it's nice to have $2,000. If you spent 1,000 hours getting that $2,000, maybe it's not worth the time.
Or do you want to embarrass yourself publicly, like I watched my family do, just to get that money? I mean, that's what it's a trade-off, right?
Well, and I think there's a trade-off past that. Because, again, like the Attorney General, when it comes to this kind of stuff, it serves a purpose. You need to keep businesses honest. You need to hold them accountable. You don't want other people ripped off. So even the fact that this exists in the first place, that I could reach out to the Attorney General, is a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. Because there are the people who get legitimately ripped off, Tom.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
They need to be made whole. But at the same time, if an expectation can't be met for someone for something they think they're owed, not only is it a waste of time, it can hurt a business that potentially didn't do anything wrong.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
Because you'd assume if someone filed a complaint with the state, they also ripped that business on Yelp. They put up on their Facebook or Twitter or Instagram what a terrible place that was. Like, running a business doesn't look like it's a lot of fun.
Bro, nowadays it has to be the worst.
Well, you know, we brought up putting up a negative post on your Facebook page. That Facebook page can be very valuable when you want businesses to feel your wrath. And maybe that is part of why people are getting ripped off so easy with this scam. Because, you know, here in Rochester, we've seen scammers use family, the threat of arrest, the threat of going into your bank account.
Yeah, what's the new one?
To get people to surrender stuff. It's one that 10NBC discovered. In fact, it's so prominent that 10NBC themselves had this show up in their Facebook message area.
Yeah.
And if this is this important to you, that you're willing to ignore all of the red flags it says something about our relationship with social media.
Oh.
And we'll get into it. Tell you the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are ways to get people to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
You mess with their money. You say their family's in trouble. But this is almost laugh out loud funny.
What happened?
Well, the thought of being without a way to speak your mind and keep up with everyone is getting a hell of a lot of people separated from their private information and their friends' cash.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. We are not car people.
No.
Like, we're not under the hood kind of car
No.
people.
We're not wrenchers.
And we learned on Thursday some information that shocked the three of us. That there are some guys driving around trucks in the greater Rochester area that don't sound like trucks.
Yeah.
But the truck now sounds like a truck because they've included something to make it sound like a truck.
Okay.
We'll replay the audio if you missed that break. But there was a woman listening in that moment that discovered her husband's truck, this type of truck, was one of these.
Damn.
And she asked him about it. And it's caused an issue, which actually illustrates why they have to make the truck sound this way. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Scammers know what buttons to push to try to get all your private information and money. Right? They'll tell you your bank account has been frozen and you need to talk to their people, and all of a sudden you're scammed.
Yeah, send your information.
Yep. They'll claim the FBI is investigating you, and for some reason, $5,000 in Target gift cards will make that go away. We've even seen stories of scammers playing the part of grandchildren arrested in foreign countries, needing fake bail money from grandma and grandpa, and that works too.
So they got a new one?
Well, here's the thing, Tommy. With those three examples, you could see how scared people not totally in touch with technology could be fooled by a desperate situation that is going to take their money, their freedom, or their family away from them. This scam does not involve any of that.
So how's it work?
Story on 10 NBC talks about a very successful new one. It's an email or a Facebook message you'll get claiming to be from Facebook. And they are threatening to permanently delete your Facebook account because a post you put up violated copyright law.
Okay.
You included a picture or a song or a movie, something that didn't belong to you. And you have to act now and give them all your information to ensure that your Facebook account will not disappear forever.
Yeah.
Now, shocking, this is a fake email, fake message. It's designed to get you to give up all your stuff so they can hijack your Facebook account. And when we talk about it in this context, it seems pretty obvious.
Yeah.
But according to the story on 10 NBC this week, it's been very successful in tricking people.
Because people get desperate.
And it seems, Kimmy, along with losing all your money and being arrested by the FBI or a family member being in jail, one of the worst things that can happen to you is losing your Facebook account?
Well,
it has to be older people because that's who's on Facebook, right?
Well, yeah, the most, what was it, the fastest growing Facebook?
It's the senior set.
Yeah, over 60.
Yeah. I guess in a way, in your mind, you feel like you're losing connection to people, a network that you've built up a number of years. So I guess the thought of losing that, you feel like you lose touch.
Okay, and I get it. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I do want you guys to think about this, however.
What's that?
When we talk about family, when we talk about freedom, when we talk about money, is losing access to your Facebook page on the same level as those three other things for the average person? Because based on how many people are falling for this, that might be the case.
Yeah, because if that's your only source of social media, I mean, that's your only link outside.
Okay.
If you think about it, because don't forget, social media now is like a public utility. It'd be like in the old days, them cutting your phone line.
All right, so let's talk about that. Because even the cybersecurity expert, Tommy, in this story put it kind of funny. I'll read your quote.
Right.
No one wants to lose access to crucial services, and these email leans heavily into that factor.
Yeah.
Facebook is a crucial service?
It has to be by now, right?
You don't need Facebook.
Well, how else do you communicate now?
Well, you have a cell phone where you can
But
text and call people.
You probably don't call them. You might literally communicate everything through Facebook with your family.
Okay, but you can. Like, the ability to contact other people exists through your cell phone. Internet access now, I would argue, is a crucial service. I don't think social media is a crucial service. We love it, but if it all disappeared...
I mean, they get hauled in front of Congress and they want to know what's going on.
Yeah, I know, that's
kind
great.
of like we used to do with the phone company when they thought they were getting too big and they dragged them in and split them up.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. We have the good thing is we don't have enough problems where we could drag guys who run social media companies into Congress. That's great.
I would say social media is bigger than any AT&T Bell telephone was back in the day. They have far more power.
But there's a difference between bigger and crucial.
But it's powerful.
Think about that could be how somebody gets their news. That's how, I mean, good or bad, it's your form of gossip every day.
Okay, but again, I'll make the argument. Let's say Facebook went away tomorrow. That's how you got your news. You still have the ability to turn on a television.
True.
You still have the ability to buy a newspaper.
There are other sources, but I guess if that's just the way you've been used to doing it.
And there's something about getting kicked out also is going to piss you off.
No, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting tossed.
Sure.
No, who wants to be tossed?
But I mean, like that fear of losing it is causing people to surrender their information to these folks. And look, maybe we're looking at this the wrong way.
What's that?
Again, a story on 10 NBC this week talks about a new scam that has been getting a ton of people. It's an email or a message actually in your Facebook message area that says you have violated copyright on Facebook. You need to give them all of your information or your Facebook page will be deleted forever. Maybe it's losing something that doesn't mean as much to people that makes it easier to scam them.
Oh.
Like when you think the FBI is coming to your house or your grandchild is in a Mexican prison, there's a lot weighing on your mind.
Sure.
Yeah.
And you may call other people to talk about what's happening, and that person will be like, hey, man, this is obviously a red flag here. Maybe it's a scam. Something like this, with a Facebook page, stakes are smaller. And I guess, in theory, it could be possible that you violated copyright.
Sure.
Right? So, and if it comes in your Facebook inbox, looks like it came from Facebook.
It looks official.
Yeah, maybe the thought is if this was a scam, Facebook wouldn't have it on their platform. By the way, the expert in the story says if Facebook does reach out to you, it won't be in your inbox. It'll be in the little drop-down menu on the side.
Oh, look at that.
Yet even 10 NBC, this scam has become so prominent. Their actual station Facebook account got this scam in their Facebook inbox. How funny is that?
That is funny.
All right, let me ask you guys a question.
Yeah.
Let's say tomorrow, Facebook, in an effort to make money, or whatever your favorite social media page is, says, you could pay us a one-time $500 fee.
$500.
And that will ensure your social media page for the rest of your life. If you don't do that, it's gone. Forever. You can't get it back.
Yeah, 500 is a little steep.
Oh, is it? Because every time we go to commercial, you immediately pick up your phone and do nothing but scan social media. In fact, today, you sent us a picture while we were in the building with you of someone else doing something silly that we know you saw on social media. That's not worth $500?
It is, but I don't have an extra 5 laying around.
Oh, no. All right, give me your Facebook page. Give me your Instagram. Give me your Twitter.
I got to give all of it? I will lose all of it?
Yeah, sure. That's the new rules now. We got power. How can you argue something's a crucial service and you won't give up $500 for a lifetime membership?
Because it's been free, man. Now you're charging?
Yeah. You do it. Would you do it? Would you do it?
I guess we all would.
I'm not doing it.
Of course you would.
No,
you got kids. You got to keep track of your kids.
I'm giving it up, man. I don't need it.
You more than anybody else in this room with 2 teenage daughters has to be like CIA, Interpol on your children, man. Like keeping it locked in.
Joke's on you. They don't have social media yet.
But they will eventually, right?
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I'm pushing that horse way down the road.
It is funny because Tommy kind of has a first-hand account of this, considering you did lose your Facebook page.
So I lost it twice, and then the station had to create a page not with my name on it. So, because every time they try to do it with my name, I kept getting kicked back.
Yeah.
And one of my old co-hosts, BJ Shea in Seattle, is the one that turned me in because he didn't trust the page. He reported me. They got me booted off a second time. And then they lock you out.
He actually pointed west towards Seattle where BJ Shea worked. If
That's
you're watching
where
a
he is.
live stream, if you're looking for
He's
BJ
over
Shea,
there.
he's that way. He's that way.
And then he called up and apologized because, hey, man, I think I just got you booted off of Facebook. So I had to go upstairs and sit with management, and they had to create another page for me. I have this weird Facebook page. I don't know how it works.
But to your point, like you kept trying to get it back. Like you want it. You couldn't really live without it.
So the engineers here, Ben, who we love, sat down for an hour trying to figure out how to crack this thing to get back to my old page, and he couldn't do it.
Kimmy, would you pay $500 for lifetime access to your favorite social media site?
I don't think so. I would at least try life without it.
Okay.
But you couldn't.
And I guess if I did it, if I tried it and realized this isn't for me, I would probably cough up the $500. But I think I would at least try to live life without it.
But think about this. Like, I'm old. I ain't going to be around much longer. You guys are going to be using this stuff for the next 50 or 60 years. So for you to get kicked off, it's impossible because This may be the only thing that how you communicate.
Yeah, but maybe
listen to George Jetson over here.
You'll
be running your dog in space.
The
but
hover
who
cars
knows how
coming.
that evolves over time? I mean, I don't know. Will Facebook always be a thing? Will there be other
But
things
there'll be
that pop
something that'll replace it. It'll keep getting advanced.
No, but 20 years ago, someone was, I can't lose my MySpace. I'm
Yeah.
going to lose all my...
Right.
But MySpace turned into this, turned into that.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, I think that...
Once the AI gets in your head, you're gonna have to have it.
We've lost him.
No,
What
AI.
does that even mean?
They're gonna
Once
get
it
in.
gets in your head? I'm not...
AI is gonna get in your head. You'll just think it, and it'll be there.
You're talking about the chip in your brain that we talked about
You
a
know
month
the
ago.
brain chip is coming.
No, it's here. There's somebody... We talked about it. Elon Musk's company put a chip in someone's brain, a month ago?
Yeah, that guy's
Yeah.
crushing it.
What's his name?
Is he? We haven't heard much
Chip.
from that guy.
No, we haven't.
No, his name is Chip. That was so funny.
That and more.
Chip Smith.
Till 10 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. No, I'll be honest with you, man. Again, talking about this scam, the 10 NBC, it's been very effective. They noticed they got it themselves in their own Facebook inbox. It's Facebook saying you violated copyright. We need all your information. If you don't, we're going to delete your Facebook page forever. And people are falling for it out of fear of losing their Facebook pages, even though when you stand back and look at it, it's a pretty obvious scam. Life would be so much better without social media. Admit it.
Now you sound like my father.
Look.
Let me tell you something. As soon as I put that idiot box in the house, everything went downhill. It's the same argument for like centuries, and y'all need this stuff.
I don't need it. I hate it. Look, I love it for sports. I don't remember watching sports before Twitter.
Yeah.
It's nice to
Made it
interact with people,
interesting.
right? And every once in a while, things get funny. But I am finding myself more and more,
Right.
and this is just me personally, whenever I open up whatever social media page it's on, it just makes me mad.
Getting a little anxiety.
Yes, and
not
then
knowing what to expect.
And I see, Kimmy, people
Yeah.
like writing things that are like, how are you this stupid?
What about the FOMO?
What I don't have, like, if somebody took, and that's the problem, I'm addicted to it. I'm addicted to social media.
all are.
But if somebody physically took it away from me, I feel like I would be a much happier person.
Yeah.
You go into
Yeah, I think-
withdrawal, man.
For a little while.
You'd be like shaking in some like mattress in some like opium den.
So I'll ride that out for a couple days, and then I'll be okay. Like, I do long for the days where I wasn't constantly checking my Twitter and Instagram. Honestly.
There are very few. I probably know under 5 people who, like, they have social media, but they're never on it.
But they got to be old farts
No,
like me.
these are younger people who've just kind of made the decision. I don't know whether they just never got into it or like they just have they don't have any of that FOMO going on. But it's amazing. Like, I want to be like, what's life like without it? Like, I have so many questions for them. Like, how do you stay connected to things? Like, I feel like I would be so, because it's funny because like we'll talk about something like viral that happened and they're just completely oblivious. And I'm just like, but you're kind of missing out on that funny stuff too.
But if you're a young single person, I would think you gotta have this. How else do you like find out what's going on,
They
where to
seem
go,
to be doing okay.
Oh, yeah. Like we talked about.
where the ladies are?
Like we talked about yesterday with that young single 19-year-old who's been arrested for harassing multiple women.
Okay,
for
you go to the
writing-
worst guy.
That's every guy.
That
That is every guy. Every guy who sends a message to a woman online should be arrested because it's never a message.
Now
That's
you
like,
sound like me.
it's true. We talked about it
Yeah,
yesterday.
Every time
yeah.
I said it, you light me up. When I say all men are disgusting.
No. I didn't say all men are disgusting. I said all men who send unsolicited messages to women on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter are disgusting because she doesn't want to see your penis. Don't send an unsolicited penis picture. I don't know how many times we have to say it. No, man, I long for the days. Now I do sound like
I long for the day
of being able to just sit on a couch and do nothing.
men were meant to fly and have wings.
I'm at the point where I'm looking for things on Netflix to watch while I scroll on my phone.
Yeah.
Like, that's how bad my attention span is. When there's a break in the TV show, when they're talking quietly, I'm on Twitter or Instagram. Well, when this comes back and gets good, I'll get back to the show. So, no, I don't need it. And I don't want it.
I think of how much stuff you Google now.
Well, Google's
Like,
not social media.
But it's still like you're grabbing your phone. You're also trying to access things. You're trying to go to Wikipedia. You're trying to get answers for things.
Okay.
Like it's all part of the addiction.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was looking
See?
at Twitter.
You're probably trying to Google something.
No, I just had another sex bot like a post that I had a couple days. That's the other thing, too, about Twitter. Like, all of wow, Talia Powell liked my message. She's a hot redhead, and she's got a website that I could go to called I want to read the website, but it involves something sexual.
Yeah.
And how lucky am I that she's now following me on Twitter? Idiots. All right, let's take a break.
We're all doomed.
We are. It's over. We had a good run, society. You put the chip in your brain and just let it go. Masculinity is a funny thing because it's fragile for a lot of guys. So much so that a company that produced this product that does not need to do this felt the need to include this feature so guys wouldn't be embarrassed.
They want to feel macho.
Yeah.
This is definitely a macho thing.
It is, but it's not real in this case.
No.
Now, we stumbled upon this accidentally last Thursday when we had someone in the know.
We thought he was kidding.
Yeah, no, he was serious. And we'll play you that audio if you missed it. But one woman who heard that discovered that the truck her husband drives is one of these trucks that we were talking about here on the air. And her just asking about it has caused an issue in her relationship, it seems. And we'll get to it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Something we said on this show last week may have blown up a bunch of guys' spots. I didn't think people were driving these around here yet. Turns out we're wrong. Because we definitely know of one.
Yeah.
And there are guys, Tommy, who believe you need a big-ass, loud car to look like a man. You want to be a man. And this car, it is big-ass, but it ain't loud.
Yeah.
Which necessitated something the car company knew certain guys would take advantage of.
Certain guys meaning all guys.
Well, I don't know, because we're not these types of guys.
But if I had that button, I'd definitely be playing with it.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7:25, 7:30, there is a woman who came home in Canandaigua to find all of the stock of one item from Amazon in her driveway.
Oh, Jesus.
And when I say all of the stock, I'm not exaggerating. If you tried to order one of these things right now on Amazon, you can't. They're
so
sold
it's like a
out.
massive delivery by mistake?
Yeah, she didn't order any of these things. And
She got them all?
in trying to get rid of them, she actually keeps getting more.
Is it something super embarrassing?
No. In fact, she may be blowing an opportunity, in fact,
all right.
and we'll get to it just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So over the weekend was the Rochester Auto Show.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And to talk about it, we had Brad McAreeve. He's the director of the Rochester area auto dealers. He was on the show late Thursday.
Oh, yeah, the guy's king car.
That's true. And we always have him on to talk about all the unique stuff at the auto show.
Yeah.
And he was talking about the electric pickup truck, specifically, I think it was the Ford F-150 Lightning.
Well, that's your man truck. The F-150 is like the truck.
So we learned something about the truck because we had asked, those trucks are loud when they're going down the street, but
Yeah.
electric vehicles don't make any
Yeah, they're
noise.
silent.
Are these silent trucks? Does it sound like an electric?
It's gotta be
whisper
quiet.
or do they add noise?
You can put noise in the vehicle.
You can?
It can be the throatiest, deepest thing you've
No
ever heard.
kidding.
It just won't be coming from the motor.
What?
Wait, so that's really an option?
Oh, yeah.
So it's just a recording of a motor.
Yeah.
A speaker
Yes.
to make your
Yeah.
pickup truck sound like a pickup truck.
Badass.
Yeah. So over the weekend, we got a Facebook message from a woman named Julie. And Julie wrote us, my husband has the electric truck you guys were talking about, and I never realized the noise it made wasn't the engine. I brought it up when he got home from work, thought it was funny, and he got weird, almost offended. He said it was
You know
still...
my secrets.
Kimmy, listen. He said it's still a cool truck. I never said it wasn't. He was defensive. Even though he's the one that went out and bought it, I didn't think my husband was that kind of guy. So that's the end of the message. And she isn't clear, Tommy, what kind of guy she means. Does she mean guy who needs big-ass loud car?
Yes. A show-off.
All right. So then in that case, there are two types of men in this world. Loud ass, big engine, obnoxious car guy, and guys that simply don't care about it.
Right.
So I'll ask this. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With these electric trucks specifically, because as I did a little more research, it turns out there's a bunch of these trucks in our area.
Okay.
Despite the fact that it looks like Ford has only sold 40,000 of them.
Damn.
So, I mean, maybe New York, we're into the soft truck? I don't know. Is it a soft truck? Is the guy who turns on the speaker in his electric truck to sound badass sad?
He's insecure.
So does that make him sad?
I guess that kind of would make you sad.
Okay.
He's
Right?
like a little kid going vroom vroom with his toy
Yeah.
You're
truck.
not helping the situation, Kimmy.
Because you probably still think that girls like that. Like,
well,
that's
is
how you
it
get
for
girls.
women or is it for other men? I think that's what we have to decide.
I guess maybe it's for both.
Because I
In
don't.
your head?
Because I'm thinking the only other person that's going to appreciate that sound would be another guy in a truck.
Yeah,
Right?
a truck guy.
There are chicks that are into pickup trucks. They want a guy that
Do they
drives a
need
big ass.
Do they need the sound? I don't know.
We're going mudding. We're going bogging. We're going bog mudding. It's going to be loud.
It's like a truck comparison.
Well, okay.
It's a PUD measuring contest,
Yeah.
right? It's all like how bad I am. I have a loud recorded truck in my truck.
But you just said you would use it.
Well, just for the
I would
fun of
hit it.
it.
I would hit it too. Yeah, I'm an insecure person.
Because, with the Facebook message that Julie sends us over the weekend describing the interaction with her husband, it sounds like her husband, when she brought this up, felt attacked.
He didn't even tell her about it.
No. Well, I guess,
But he kept that quiet.
Well, it is-
like it was
yeah.
like his secret truck Viagra.
Well, okay, now you're...
It basically, it's like a noise toupee.
Well, no, but now you're making it sound like he was hiding it on purpose. Like there are
Well,
some
it kinda
features.
was.
Yes.
Well, no, because
It would be something like if I would think that'd be a funny thing to point out to your wife. Like, look, it makes the noise, even though it doesn't need to.
Right.
It makes the noise. Okay. No, like, I mean, there are features in my Honda Pilot that my wife doesn't know about only because she's never drives my car. Like, I mean, maybe this is one of those things where he turned it on and never thought to tell his wife about it. I don't know.
But it's like a pointless option, right?
Well, no, apparently not.
I mean, it doesn't do anything actually for the car.
Does something for him. Do you understand where he's coming from? If he is feeling attacked in his kitchen when his wife listens to our show. Now I feel bad, by the way, because I didn't want to blow up this poor guy's spot.
The other thing is, it sounds like he's embarrassed to be driving an electric vehicle because he thinks it makes him soft.
Okay, you're making a lot of assumptions here.
I understand that, but we know guys that look at like e-vehicles as like, you're a puss.
Okay, but see,
So like if I hit that button, though, you might not think it's an electric vehicle. I'm not trying to hide the fact that this thing runs on batteries.
Okay, but I'm looking at the F-150 Lightning right now. It says Lightning on it.
But then what does that mean?
Well, it means it's an electric vehicle.
No, but I mean, it doesn't say EV on it, so I wouldn't know what that means.
This is a dark version that is being sold in Victor right now, so I can't really see what it says on the back of it. Like if it says electric. But all the electric vehicles have electric on the back of them. And here's the thing. When you say that guys look at electric vehicles as puss cars, 5-10 years ago, I agree with you 100%. I feel like that might be changing. The tide might be changing there. Because, I mean, this guy specifically, Julie's husband, and thank God she didn't tell us his name because I wouldn't want to do that to the poor guy. Right? Like, he went out and bought the truck.
True.
Yeah.
But he still had a little shame
But it's
because
not...
he's still hitting that button.
All right.
He longs for the day when I could burn leaded gas, son.
Let's do this then. As we talk about this Facebook message from a woman named Julie who writes us over the weekend after she discovered while listening to our show that the electric truck her husband has, the Ford F-150 Lightning, has a speaker that makes the engine sound, not an actual engine sound. She brought it up to her husband thinking it was funny, and he got defensive, she says. Finish this sentence. I'm going to start with Kimmy.
All right.
Kimmy, loud-ass, big-ass car guy is... Be honest, we're not on a show.
I'm trying to think of the loud, big ass truck. Like, I just think he needs it for work.
Okay, so you think it's functional. Guy who has loud-ass, big-ass truck is
because
a
I mean that's a
functional person.
commitment to a vehicle.
Okay.
And I would think like in some way, shape, or form you need it for work.
So your husband's got a loud-ass, big-ass truck.
Yeah.
So he needed that when he was a substitute teacher?
No, but I wouldn't. But I'm thinking like over the top, loud, big truck. Like he just has a standard truck.
I mean, but he didn't need a pickup truck.
Why
did he go out and get himself a pickup truck? Come on.
To be
Because he
honest,
married
it was
a flatbed.
to be honest, just because he's a big person, he likes a big vehicle.
Okay,
Big
I
man,
don't know.
big man, big truck.
Yeah, that's fine.
Big
That's
guy.
Because he gets
Big
in
guy
my
coming
car and
through.
he's like, I can't fit. I'm like, okay. All right.
Tommy finishes.
Sorry.
Tommy finishes said this loud-ass, big-ass car guy is...
Teeny weeny.
Wow.
Teeny weeny.
So you think Kimmy's husband's got a teeny weenie?
I don't know.
No, you just said it. Why don't you look at his beefy face over my shoulder, shirtless, in his firefighter pants, and tell him he's got a teeny weenie?
Because if you own an electric truck,
Yeah.
here's a test. Because truck guys tend to come from a long line of like truck people. Like probably your father had a truck, your granddaddy had a truck. Would you take that EV truck, your Ford F-150E, what's it called, the Lightning Bolt?
The Lightning.
And would you show it off to your grandpa? Your bib overall, tobacco stained teeth grandpa. He'd look up and down at your old commie wagon. Tell you, this ain't the country I fought for.
Wait, why does he live in Alabama?
I don't know. Because they all look like, if you wouldn't show it to your truck driving grandfather, you know you're driving truck shame.
Okay, here's the thing. You say that guy who's got big-ass, loud-ass truck is teeny-weeny guy. Were we all, at one point, big-ass, loud-ass car guy at some point?
We
in
were
our
all
lives?
And I think
teeny-weeny
you
boys.
could probably make that argument for a lot of different cars
Yes.
that you
Yeah.
may
Corvettes.
look at. And yeah, that's what I mean. Like, doesn't even have to be the biggest, loudest car. Sometimes it's the flashiest.
If you do any
sometimes it's-
aftermarket stuff to your car, You teeny weeny boy.
Well, no, but here's the thing. Like, and you even brought the ladies. There was even a time where thank you, woman thought it was at least a little bit cool. Like, if you're over 30 years old, there was a point in your life where some kind of big-ass or fast-ass loud car was cool. Kimmy, you remember those little Fast and the Furious cars that kids would customize in the early 2000s?
Paint neon colors.
Yeah. Like, car culture was a really
Ground
big
effects.
deal. Yeah, exactly, right? It was a really big deal.
Do you remember, like, every kid in the early 2000s putting a different speaker system in their car?
Yes, and it didn't even sound good. It was just like, the whole car.
You did it yourselves?
We used to host contests for that back in the day when I first started at CMF.
Okay.
For speaker systems in cars.
And here's the thing. I'm not that guy. I wanted one of those things.
Right, because you thought that made you cool.
Yes.
You get the ladies, and you were the man.
Okay, but here's the thing. You're going to take shots at me and this guy with the electric
I'm not
truck?
taking shots.
No, you are, because when you were coming up, geez Louise. Like, we all had that dream car. What was your dream car when you were 18, 20?
The Corvette.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're going to sit here and go, oh, you get a teeny weeny for wanting a loud truck. I wanted a Corvette, a subtle, good-on-gas American Corvette.
But you thought that made you cool, that got you laid, and it didn't do anything for anybody.
Okay, man. I'm just saying, when you live in glass houses, put the stones back in the glass closet.
But you still see the stone.
Well, no, but you're not breaking the... Don't you know why they say that? Why is it, if we all wanted a loud, obnoxious, cool car back in the day, why is it lame now for this guy to get a little bit defensive because he's turning on his engine speaker when he's driving his Ford electric
you're
truck?
You're a grown-ass, man, and it's such a... You're not even cool trying to be cool.
How do you know?
Because it's a recording. Like, it's not even... It's such a fraud.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at least if it was a legitimate sound coming out of your truck, it's Dolby.
No, I hear you. So everything should be functional and not for, like, outward appearances,
Well, if
right?
you're... Listen, man, if you want to fake it, fine, but, like...
Well, no, I mean...
It's pretty obvious that your e-vehicle doesn't have a big V8 engine in it.
Okay, but here's the thing.
What?
Like, a guy like you love your clothes, right? You love your boots.
Yeah.
You wear boots that look like they're made out of, like, leather from, like, the early 1900s.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you do
yeah,
that on purpose. Mm-hmm. You could just go out and buy a functional boot, right? One that's going to keep you warm in the wintertime, nice rubber that's never going to wear away. Why don't you go buy those?
Oh, because I like to look fashionable.
How is that any different than what this guy is doing?
It's a little bit different.
No, it's in fact you're more sissy. You mo sissy.
Mo
sissy. One of my favorite comedians in the Catskills in the 1950s.
Mo sissy.
Mo sissy. Like, it's the same. We all do something
Well,
like
of course
this.
we do.
Like-
but this is so over the top. Because don't forget, like, these e-vehicles, like, you don't want to see the price tag of a Ford F-150E.
I'm looking at a one that's been used before. It's not that bad. Like, I would have thought it was much higher.
I thought they were about 80G.
So, I mean, this one, it looks like it used 2023. I was shocked with how reasonable
All
it was.
right. I thought they were pretty expensive. I mean, you're spending a lot of bank and then having your little man button.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, on Thursday when we were talking with Brad McAreevy, runs a Rochester Auto Dealers Association here in Rochester, talking about the auto show. He revealed to us that the electric pickup trucks that they sell now, Ford does. They don't make noise, but you could put a recording of engine noise on in the car to make it sound like this. So a woman was listening to the show. Her name is Julie. Her husband has that truck. She brought it up, not knowing, thinking like, oh, this is funny that's been doing it the whole time. And she says her husband got really defensive about it. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We had asked, fill in the blank, big-ass, loud-ass truck guy is... Nick is on CMF. Hey, buddy, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What up, Nick?
Yeah, it's definitely super lame, super insecure, small D energy for sure.
Okay.
Which is why
small
he got
D
so
energy for
embarrassed
sure, man. You sound like that. You sound like that chick drummer Muppet. For sure, he gave you small D.
That's exactly who I am. But it's funny that you guys keep mentioning the Corvette because the new Corvettes do this on the inside.
What do you mean?
The newer Corvettes are so soundproofed that you can't hear the engine noise from inside the car, so they play engine noises through the speaker inside the car.
No kidding.
Oh my God.
Yep, dead ass.
There is something wrong with our brains.
Well, no, I mean...
No, men's brains.
Okay, hold on. You guys are being very judgmental.
No, but this is like a weird one because I would think that the noise, you're pushing the button so other people hear
Right.
it. You don't care about it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
This one... This is just for you.
Right. This is just to turn you on to your own car.
Right.
Or it could be unsettling that you're driving in complete silence based on... I mean, that's what I would think. Like,
I guess it's more of a comfort thing.
So, Nick, let me ask you, are you a car guy yourself?
Nah, cars are lame. They all suck.
Okay, so you never had a dream car at any point in your life?
Nah.
How old are you?
33.
Okay, that's weird to me. You came at the end of Fast and the Furious, Nick.
What?
Never mind. Thanks for calling, Nick. Have a good rest of the day. Okay, so same thing.
Yeah.
Problem?
No, it just shows we also men just don't grow up.
Okay, but
even the toys just get bigger.
Yeah.
If you have the bank, you just want to show off.
But what's wrong with that?
I mean, it's what we are.
No, but what's wrong? You're saying it negatively.
I don't mind a show off that'll admit that he's a show off.
Okay, so those guys that go to Tom Walls on a Tuesday night in the summertime.
Yeah, that's purely to show off.
Yeah, sure.
That's show off show.
Okay, is that okay? Is
sure.
that cool?
But just admit it, because you bought that car. You don't even really drive it. You basically just drive it because they're too clean to drive. Like those cars, you could eat off of those engines. The tires are like Armor All, so you could see them from space, right? They gleam. Your houses aren't that clean.
No, but here's what else is weird to me. And I use you as an example only because you're saying the things that you're saying. You sit here, you're small, you don't need a flashy car, loud, blah, 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 blah. One of your hobbies is when you're on vacation, taking pictures in front of expensive, cool cars and texting them to us, even though we don't want to see them. Nobody wants to see them. So you think they're cool enough where you go out of your way to look at them and document them.
But every car I've sent you has some kind of historic thing tied to it.
No.
I sent you a picture of the same car that James Dean died in.
No, it didn't. It's okay. The same kind of car James Dean died in.
Kind of car.
Wow. Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I know. Look at that.
The car was older than me.
That is old.
Yeah, think about that. Would you want to drive me around?
No, I wouldn't.
Loud.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Derek will wrap it up with this sentence right here. That guy turns on the fake truck in his noise not to look like a bitch who drives an electric truck because you're a bitch if you drive an electric truck. So there's the answer.
I have to agree with that. I mean, I think a lot of guys feel that way.
Yeah, you. Because, look, if there's one person I'm coming to for big truck opinion, it's itty-bitty
It's a man in teal shoes.
But you got to remember, I come from truck country.
No, you don't come from truck country.
Florida ain't truck country.
Do you ever have a truck other than that one they made you drive for 2 weeks and it looked like a 4-year-old had stolen a car?
Well, I couldn't get into it.
Have you ever driven a truck that you purchased yourself?
No, I've never.
I had a pickup truck.
Why did you have a pickup?
The one that leaked all over your
driveway.
driveway.
That thing wasn't even a truck.
Boy, it was a badass early 80s.
It was loud, especially when you were in it.
Ford pickup truck. I love that truck. Man, it's so much fun driving those things. It had the bench seat
You would
in
be
it.
so embarrassed to drive that thing now.
I don't know, man. I do miss it. Bouncing around, right?
Like it's loud for all the wrong reasons.
It had the super skinny steering wheel. Oh, it was so cool.
laid parts.
No, it didn't lay parts. It laid
Like,
all of the
you
liquid.
could see rust was falling off of it.
It was primer colored. The back hitch was just a piece of wood. I bought it for $200. I love that truck. It wouldn't go into park. When I got to a place, I had to slam it into park as hard as I could. And if it was parked on any kind of a slant, every once in a while I look out the window and see it rolling out.
And it
of
didn't go in reverse, right?
No, it wouldn't park. It would go in reverse. It just wouldn't go into park.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, unless you really muscle it in.
Oh, the good old days.
All right, let's take a break. There was a woman in Canandaigua who ordered something months ago and discovered this week that she was delivered all of them.
All of them?
Like every single one that this multi-billion-dollar company has.
How did they not pick up on this?
Well, not only did they not pick up on it, when she tried to have it remedied, it got worse.
Really?
And we will tell you the story. This woman looks at it as a negative.
Yeah.
But I think she's blowing an opportunity.
So you think there's an opportunity?
Huge opportunity.
All right.
We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's happened to most of us.
What's that?
You get something in the mail not addressed to you. Or even better, Amazon sends you something you didn't pay for with your name on it. Free 99, baby. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what happened to one woman from Canandaigua.
What'd she get?
Well, the only problem, what she got, and here's the thing, she got something she had already ordered.
All right.
So you could probably use it again. Mm-hmm. The only problem was, she says the amount of stuff that was delivered has made her life completely miserable.
But you're saying she's missing an opportunity.
I think she's missing an opportunity here. But I guess two different kinds of people in this world, Tom. Mm-hmm. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. If you are missing Tommy's brilliant sneakers this morning.
Hey, it took you a while.
No, I mean, Kimmy, I was waiting for Kimmy to get there first.
What's wrong with my sneakers?
Nothing is wrong with them. In fact, I'm not going to make any comment at all. But
you just did. And by the way, you're wearing sneakers with red shoelaces today. You're going to make fun of my footwear?
They're Adidas sneakers. What?
What's with the red?
What's with the turquoise?
Turquoise is a more normal color than red.
You want to say that
That's an
again?
argument?
The only people that have red shoelaces are clowns.
The only people,
you a clown?
The only people
you
that
act
wear,
like a clown?
The only people that wear turquoise are Native Americans. What did you? What?
I support Native Americans.
Who doesn't?
Apparently, a guy with red shoelaces.
I encourage you to log on to our live stream.
Shoe war.
At WCMF.com, the Odyssey app, YouTube, or Twitch. You can get them on YouTube or Twitch. Get us on YouTube or Twitch at the Break Room WCMF. And I will not make any comment on your shoes.
All right, go ahead, clown boy.
Yeah, but there is a comment section on our YouTube live stream that you can leave comments. Or if you wanted to, I don't know, you could screenshot Tommy's shoes and make comments on our Facebook page. or
put them on other people.
Our Twitter at WCMF Break Room. You can even put on better shoes if you're good at Photoshop for Tommy that don't look so effing ridiculous. All of that you can check out again with our live stream on YouTube and Twitch at The Break Room WCMF. Brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, they'll accept everything except turquoise shoes.
How about they were on sale? Can you imagine that? They were almost giving them away.
No kidding. Sewn sock-looking turquoise sneakers. Let me tell you about a lady named Pat.
What did old Pat do?
She lives out in Canandaigua.
Yeah.
And Tommy, she seems like a woman that likes to garden.
Oh, okay.
Story on 10ABC talks about how back in July, she ordered a planter, like a big metal flower box, from Amazon.
Yeah.
So how weird was it when she came home months later to find more of the planters she delivered in her driveway?
So she kept,
You
they
mean
kept
more
coming.
the planters she ordered?
Yeah, they all came at once, actually.
Oh.
Like over 100.
Wait, she got 100? So that's like pallets?
Pat says there were 2 full pallets of these planters that she did not order, boxed and wrapped in plastic, sitting in her driveway.
It's taking up the whole driveway.
Yes.
It's
Would
just
have
a
to.
giant stack.
Yeah, it's got to look like a nursery.
She had no idea what to do.
Right.
So she says she decided, told 10NBC, who did the story last night, she was going to call Amazon. But she said, and even calling Amazon to say, hey, you have all this stuff that I didn't pay for on my driveway, she said that was pulling teeth.
So I finally demanded I get a supervisor, and I finally got a supervisor. And I was on the phone with her almost 3 hours, trying to isolate this, going on hold, her calling different people. And so then she finally said, okay, somebody's going to come and pick up the pallets tomorrow.
So thank God, Tommy, all taken care of.
Yeah, but...
So she goes out the next day, and while she was gone, Amazon did show up at her house.
No.
There was just one problem.
No.
Not only did they not take the pallets, they left more pallets. This time.
Same stuff?
Yes,
Yeah.
3 more pallets plus
my
2
God.
empty pallets. So in total, this woman from Canandaigua who ordered a single metal planter months ago had 230 of them sitting in her driveway. 5,200 pounds worth of planters that she could not get rid of.
So is she getting charged?
No.
So there's no
No,
charge?
they're just
No.
showing up.
And they won't take them back, obviously.
Well, I mean,
Or-
she thought
Well, she
they were
called
going
them.
to, and instead of taking them back, they were like, we got it. How did you screw it up that bad?
That you doubled down.
Yeah, we're going to pick it up. Just kidding. Here's more pallets.
So, yeah, you're right. She could go sell them.
So we'll get to that in a sec. The pallets are still there. Poor Pat is still talking to Amazon about how to get them out. No one at Amazon has...
Petty pots.
No one at Amazon has any idea how that happened. They have a few theories, but nothing is rock solid. And the funniest part of this story,
Yeah.
if you go to Amazon right now and search for this specific product, it says it's completely out of stock.
Not really.
Because every single one of them
Call Pat.
are sitting in Pat's driveway in
No
Canandaigua
kidding.
right now.
You would think the company is like wondering where all these pallets went. Because
It's-
I'd
it's
imagine you're
weird, man.
losing money on the pallets.
But you remember when my wife ordered that outdoor furniture and they sent us like an extra chair?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we called them and said, hey, man, we got this extra chair. And they go, no. we delivered the chair. So we called them twice. They wouldn't come get it. They refused to believe that we had a second chair. Yeah. So we took a picture of it and sent it to them. Never heard back from them. So we ended up with a free chair.
And to the point you made a second ago and to that story, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There are two ways to look at what happened to Pat and Canandaigua here. The way that she looked at it as a massive inconvenience, which, by the way, is totally understandable.
Yeah, she can't move.
Well, yeah,
exactly.
You have nowhere to store these things.
She can't
They're
even,
going to sit there until you do something with
how
them.
heavy all that is.
5,200 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can look at this as an opportunity because these planters are $120 a piece. And with 230 of those metal planters sitting in her driveway.
So she's looking at over $150.
$27,000.
Damn, Pat, get on it.
Sitting in your driveway.
That she was handed.
Yeah.
That she cannot get them to take back. That's a lot of money, Tommy. Like, even if you were to sell them at half price.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're not losing.
Yeah,
You'd be
money.
And they're brand new.
15 grand, around 15 grand.
Pat, get on it.
Which type of person are you? Are you the get it out type? Or are you the let's make some money time? Let's make some money.
How would I sell them, though? Because, I mean, you know,
on Amazon?
You could do.
Yeah, all
You
right.
could sell them anywhere. Facebook Marketplace. You could. I mean, I wonder if you put a sign out, how many people driving by would be willing to pay something for those
you're coming into
pallets.
that season where everybody's playing.
Yeah.
And you're out in Canandaigua where it seems gardening is.
Oh, and all those fancy houses out there.
That's what I'm saying, man.
God, let's snap up half of them.
I'm just saying, you charge $50 a piece for those things. Over 300 of them, man.
Oh, yeah.
Those things are flying out of your driveway. Like, look, I get that Pat just doesn't want to deal with it,
Yes.
right? And maybe there's more work than we think in unloading 230 metal planters.
And she's also worried, like, if she sold them all, they come back and go, oh, yeah, we want our money or we want our planters.
So that's what I'm dying to know.
I would be afraid of that.
But here's the thing. It's not her fault they showed up. She has asked multiple times for them to be taken out.
Mm-hmm.
Is she in trouble if she tries to sell these planters?
I don't know.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because like you said, there are lots of people who had the same experience, Tommy, that you did, where they send you something by accident, and it's not even worth their time and money.
They just write it off.
They'll just tell you keep it.
Okay, you keep saying write it. I know you don't know what write it off
They
means.
write it
you
off,
use
Pat.
it every time.
They write it off.
Describe write it off.
It's shrinkage. It's shrinkage.
What shrinkage?
You write it off.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Austin. Hey, Austin, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? So I used to work at Amazon in Greece for customer service, and let me tell you, we did not give a crap about what was going on. We just needed to get our jobs done. Even then, if we asked something to be done from Amazon itself, it would never get done because Amazon itself doesn't care.
So you worked for Amazon.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Wait,
Amazon...
they let you go with that attitude?
So
I don't
somebody,
care.
If somebody came to you with this problem, what would be your solution in customer service?
I would tell them that I will try to get somebody there full aware that nobody will ever show up because there's just not enough manpower or trucks that can take it because the vans that our dispatchers have, they cannot carry that weight, let alone carry a pallet jack with them.
Okay, but how did
How did it get to her house in the first place?
And how did she get more pallets when she asked
It would
for
have to be
less pallets?
It had to be like on a truck,
Well,
like
you
a
know,
flatbed truck, like a semi.
So, without turning this into a bigger issue, some of our off-site reps are based in the Philippines.
Okay.
So it could just be a language barrier.
No, that's interesting, man.
Wow.
That is super interesting that this billion-dollar company that is super efficient and can get you stuff the next day, some of these things, like a language issue could end up having 5,200 pounds and $27,000 worth of planters in this poor woman's driveway. So, Austin, I'll ask you this, having been on the inside. If Pat tried to sell these after trying to get rid of them, would she be in any kind of trouble?
No, because Amazon doesn't give a care.
Doesn't give a care.
She can do whatever she wants with them. They're hers now.
Austin, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. By
She's
the way,
got to get on it.
if you're listening, well, I don't know if Austin's words hold up at a court
He
of
was
law.
one of their top reps.
I guess, though, how much time can you spend trying to get these things taken back?
Right.
At some point.
You got to get rid of
yeah.
them.
I know, but there may be. Look, you know that laws are written in a way that's always going to favor the
well,
folks that have money.
But here's my fear would be, because I can't store these inside, what's stopping somebody from just coming and taking them when I'm not home?
Take them. I don't want them. Take them.
But I guess that's my point is I would still be on the hook for them then, I would imagine.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Story on 10 NBC this week. A woman named Pat, she lives out in Canandaigua. She ordered a single $150 metal planter box from Amazon back in July. She was shocked this week when she walked outside and saw 2 pallets worth of these things sitting in her driveway. Hundreds of them, over 100.
Yeah.
So she called Amazon. She said it was like pulling teeth. Long story short, okay, we'll come pick them up. So she left the next day, came home. Not only did they not pick up the pallets, they left 3 more pallets of planters. Every single one of these pallets or planters that was for sale on Amazon are in her driveway. You cannot buy them on Amazon right now. She doesn't know what the hell she's supposed to do. There is $27,000 worth of merchandise. She was handed, sitting in her driveway, 5,200 pounds, and she's frustrated. Understandable.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a chance to make some serious coin here,
You
buddy.
ain't kidding.
Let's talk we got some good names this morning.
All right, we got now.
Well, we had an Austin.
Austin.
And now we have a Noah. Noah's on CMF. Hey, buddy, what's up?
Hey, man, it's really good to talk to you. I'm with my driver, Ricky, right here. Ricky, actually, first of all, never thought that he can call into the show, so this is Ricky's first time. He's really excited. Welcome, Ricky. But me and Ricky work for a lumber company, and sometimes we deliver doors, and sometimes, the doors, the customer doesn't want the doors anymore, but they have the option to keep the doors and resell the doors on Amazon, which is just wild to me.
Wait, I'm sorry, go ahead. Continue. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, if I was that woman out in Canandaigua, resell those planters. I don't even care. You know what I mean? If they're just going to keep leaving them for you, sell them, make a profit, get a new car, live your life to the fullest.
Okay, no, you got a great outlook, buddy, and I like how bright and fun you are. And I also appreciate you bringing Ricky in on the whole conversation, even though we haven't heard Ricky
they're out
speak.
laying wood all day.
Ricky, come on. Appreciate you, guys. What's up, guys?
Hey, Ricky, good to talk to you. Noah, here's my problem. You don't sound like you have any background in law in any way. Would that be the case?
No, not at all.
Okay, great. And you're just using anecdotal examples of the job that you work at, which is not Amazon, correct?
No, not Amazon at all.
Okay, so that scares me, using Ricky's
Well,
positive outlook.
It should all be the same through and through.
Okay.
I don't. But the thing is, I mean, what are they going to do? They keep leaving the planters at her place. I mean, like, are they really going to sue over that? I mean, she can sue them, can't she?
I don't know. All right, no, I'm going to let you go, buddy. A lot of law talk
All
for
right,
a guy who delivers lumber, but thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Noah, wood lawyer. What is this? I'm sincerely asking. I don't know the answer. It is astonishing to me the confidence people will call up with no background and be like, yeah, those are hers, man.
That would be my biggest fear. I unload them all. I make all this money. I go party it away, and Amazon goes, oh, we either want our planters or our money.
Yeah. No, I'm with you 100%.
Because that could happen.
I'm with you 100%.
Because there's no way, technically, they're hers.
They were delivered?
They were wrongfully delivered to her house, but I'm guessing, like what you say, when you look at like all that legal stuff, when you purchase stuff that nobody ever reads, I'm guessing somewhere, because this isn't the first time Amazon's done this, over-delivered something.
Okay,
and they want it back.
But it does say in the story her name is clearly
her name's
printed
on it.
Her name is on it. So it's not like a situation where I open up a letter with someone else's name. By the way, I always thought that was only a USPS, the United States Postal Service rule, that I can't open something with someone else's name. Amazon is not the government.
Right.
At least not yet.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Right, buddy? Chips in your brains.
Rocket ships.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We are running a name gauntlet in this break, bro.
How bad?
Well, we had an Austin.
Yeah, we have Noah.
We had a Noah. And now we got a Wyatt. Wyatt's on CMF. Hey, Wyatt, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, brother. What do you got?
All right, so I think that they should, I think that this lady should sell all those planters that she has and just, make as much money as she can off of it.
Okay, what if that's illegal?
I'd say just go through with it, deal with the legal ramifications at a later date.
All right, Wyatt, how old are you, buddy?
22.
Okay. We have had the 3 dumbest young people call the show. Okay. Wyatt, what? Like, I get, consequences aren't that big a deal for you. You haven't had to deal with them. You're only 22 years old. Like, Amazon has a lot of money. Yeah. They have powerful lawyers. If they do have a right to these pallets after I sell them, this poor woman would be seriously effed. That doesn't concern you in any way.
I mean, it should, but, from what I've heard, she is... She's hackled with them so much. She's tried to get them to, take them back.
Right.
And not only are they not taking them back, they've just given her more.
Okay. Yeah, no,
that part we got. We got the more part. We're trying to get less. And here's my fear.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
So let's say you got 15 G's out of this whole deal.
Okay.
Like she sells them.
Sure.
How do you explain that to like the IRS? Like, how do you bury $15,000? Because that would show up. Like, you would have to declare how you made that money.
Well, you can claim it on your taxes. I mean, you're not doing. If she is legally allowed to sell these things, she's not doing anything wrong. You just declare your.
Well, wouldn't that be kind of a flag?
Unless if she was doing something wrong. If she's not.
All right. I mean, I would go under the T with it, personally.
Yeah, like let's add more crimes to crimes. You're as stupid as these three kids that just
they
called.
They can't get you.
And poor Ricky that got wrapped up in a conversation he didn't want to have.
Welcome, Ricky.
Ricky's working. I'd like to welcome Ricky to the show. He's like doing shout outs like he's figure 11 at Darien Lake. I was driving down Route 90. Okay. What? It looks like we finally have an answer. All right.
Again, or at least somebody with some experience.
Do they have a funny name?
They do not. We're out of funny names. Although, again, if you're just joining us, we're talking about this woman. Her name's Pat. She was on 10 NBC last night. She ordered a metal planter box, $150 back in July. She came home to discover a couple months later, just last week, she had 2 full pallets of these things, over 120 of them in her driveway. She called Amazon, said, I don't want these. Get rid of them for me, for goodness sake. They said, okay, no problem. She left the house next day, came back. Not only did they not take the planters, they gave her 3 more pallets of planters. Yeah. $27,000 in her driveway, 5,200 pounds. She had no idea what to do with them. The question is, can she sell them? Yeah. 3 of the dumbest 20-year-olds have called the show and be like, yeah. Why not?
They're hers, man.
You gotta just keep a positive outlook. We may finally have our answer.
Good.
Jay is on CMF. Jay, you got the last word, buddy. What's up?
Hopefully I'm not a dumb 20-year-old. I'm a dumb 45-year-old.
Attaboy.
I bought car parts on Amazon, and they lost the shipment. They just couldn't figure out where it went.
Okay.
Resent the shipment. I put them in my car. The other parts showed up.
Oh.
No, and they didn't know it. So I put them on eBay to sell them, and I got an email from Amazon saying that the second shipment was verified, delivered to my address, and if I don't return them, I will pay for them at this time. So I had like 30 days to return it.
So did you end up making money of the ones you sold on eBay, or did it cost you?
No, I had to send it back.
Oh, you didn't sell them yet? Okay.
I canceled it, right away, and I sent them back because, I didn't want to pay for it. They would just charge your credit card. They don't even have to talk to you.
Damn.
So as soon as you try to move them, you get flagged.
Yeah.
Man.
So she could be stuck with these things forever. If they don't come and get them, and she can't sell them.
There is a small difference here. Now, Jay, you didn't alert Amazon that you had that stuff delivered the second time.
No, they themselves contacted me saying
they knew they
delivered twice.
Yeah, so this woman has called Amazon and been like, these are not mine, please take them, and they just keep bringing her more.
Yeah, I'd be afraid to keep calling them.
Jay,
they're just checking her. They're just seeing if she will sell them.
Jay, thanks for the call, but I appreciate it. Well, no, the good news is she has literally every one of these metal planter boxes in her driveway, so they can't even bring anymore.
She's cornered the market.
All right, everybody on hold, I appreciate the call. So I guess maybe she should sit and wait on this one.
Yeah.
All right, if you live in a certain part of the city of Rochester, you are going to freak the F out today.
Bad in the city?
Well, it's not bad. It's nothing dangerous. In fact, it's a way to make sure that this thing that will keep people safe still works.
Oh.
But it's going to be loud, and it's going to be way longer than you think. And there's no way that the majority of people who live in this neighborhood are aware it's going to happen because this only showed up on one news station, Kimmy, last night.
Yeah.
We'll tell you what it is next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are going to be some people that are freaking the hell out this morning in about an hour.
Why? What's going on?
Well, look, they're testing these things to make sure in the event of an actual emergency, everything will be okay. And it's not the ones you're thinking, Tommy. The ones that we normally talk about. These ones, I don't ever remember hearing being tested before, ever.
What's the alert for?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Today, around the Lower Falls area in the city of Rochester, RG&E will be testing their emergency warning sirens. So it's going to happen around 9 o'clock. And if you are in the area...
It's a siren?
Yep. And that siren goes off. It does not mean anything is wrong. It is just a test.
Okay.
The sirens are used to warn folks along the Genesee River about an imminent flood.
Oh.
Did you know these sirens existed?
No.
Neither did I.
Why is RG&E in charge of the river water?
Well, I think it's probably because it comes from the power plant, stupid. Like if something were to fail and like a dam were to break, here comes all the damn water.
But I guess
they run the water through the plant to create energy from Rochester.
You
Rochester
don't know that.
What else would it be?
I don't know.
I don't know. But how many people are aware that that's what the...
I wouldn't even know what it meant. I think it's a fire. What?
Did you know? And I quote, a fire.
To your point, how many people...
You interrupted Kimmy to go, I don't know,
I'm sorry.
a fire.
I mean, he kind of made my point. I mean, how many people know that sound means flood? Like, it could mean... If
it should
I
be
heard
like a
that
gurgling sound or something.
Wait, your mom's there? There's a lot of water coming from that, too.
If I heard that sound off in the distance, yeah, I wouldn't know. Like, does it mean like what are they warning me about?
And is the flood here now?
Well, that would be the siren. It's imminent. It's imminent.
Yeah, it sounds like I'm screwed.
And I also don't know what I'm supposed to do when I hear that sound.
Get away from the river.
Well, is it coming? I don't even know. Is it coming from the river? Is it coming? Is it some other alarm I should be aware of?
252 WCMF. To folks that live down in that area, were you aware that these sirens existed?
I didn't know there was houses along the river down there.
Well, I mean,
I just thought it was all like industrial crap.
Well, it could be like businesses and stuff too. I mean, everybody around there would have to be aware.
And maybe it's not homes. There are people that go down there and like fish and do stuff too, right?
Yeah.
So maybe if you are in,
running.
But I mean, I'm assuming that people that live in those neighborhoods, around those neighborhoods, are going to hear the sirens. Did you know that these sirens exist? Maybe this is something like that's neighborhood specific that everybody knows about.
I have never heard. I've lived here for 30 years. You've lived here your whole life.
Yeah.
I've never heard of this.
Neither of us have lived in the Lower Falls neighborhood.
No, but you would hear at some point. It never got to me. I know everything else about the town.
You know nothing about anything.
I know enough.
Here's my fear, because this story was only on 10 NBC last night. I didn't see anything on social media about it. I mean, maybe they send like flyers to people's homes, but you know how mail is today. Most people just chuck that out unless you get 320 metal planters that are stuck in your driveway.
Yeah. So you're not going to know.
Like 90% of people would have to have no idea this is coming unless it's just common knowledge in this neighborhood. Oh, they're doing the test again.
Yeah.
So here's what makes it even more annoying.
What's that?
Again, we're talking about RG&E. They are testing their imminent flood sirens in the Lower Falls today. It's a lot of sirens. 10 different sirens will be tested, and they last 2 minutes each, which means there will be 20 minutes of sirens.
Oh, they'll go off one at a time?
In the Lower Falls area, which has to be the most miserable 20 minutes of the month.
By the way, if you got a pet, that dog is flipping the F out. Oh, your mom's there?
Yeah, but she wasn't. She was going.
No, that was last night. That was in the Upper Falls. That's where she worked.
Got it. You mean in this neighborhood, you idiot? Or you're walking around in your teal sneakers every morning? Hey, sailor. Could you, having to sit in your house?
No.
Well, 20, or even, there's businesses down there, having to try and working. 2 minutes of sirens go off 10 different times for 20, 30, 40 minutes over that period of time? For God's sakes, man. And you would lose count.
And you're also going to have to deal with the guy who wants to tell you about the sirens.
You mean guy who...
If that guy works with you.
Tommy had never heard about. He just admitted, I've never heard about the sirens, and he turned around and tried to tell us about the sirens. Has that ever happened? Like a flood down the Genesee like that?
That's since I've lived here.
It's obviously a possibility.
I have not seen a flood since I've lived here.
Well, I mean, if there was a flood, you wouldn't see it. You'd just be dead immediately.
No, I mean, when's the last time you heard of a flood anywhere?
Why do you speak these things into existence?
Well, we're talking flood.
We're going to have a flood by Friday.
Seriously. No, but like with Guinea, I mean, they the Guinea nuclear power plant, they have those sirens.
Yeah.
People out that way, they know, right? But there was a Guinea issue in the 1980s.
Oh, there was?
I don't know.
Oh, the China syndrome, yeah. You're right.
So, like, we've seen that happen, or at least what we thought something bad was going to happen. I cannot remember in the entire history of me living in Rochester, like, the river getting so ridiculous. Like, run away from the river! Run away! I'd also, every once in a while, like, when you're driving in, like, that St. Paul Zoo, like, Irondequoit City area, you'll see people all the way down fishing on the bank.
Yeah, it's like hundreds of feet.
I always wonder how the hell they get down there. Because, like, when I was at Aquinas, that Seneca Parkway neighborhood, you take that all the way down.
There's got to be trails to get you down to the bottom.
Yeah, I don't think they're parachuting. What I'm saying is...
You take, like, a donkey or something.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, yeah, that's why your mom was down there? If you have a way to get down there, you'd think that it's a beautiful area. You'd think the city of Rochester would talk about that more.
They probably don't want you down there.
It's probably dangerous.
It's super dangerous.
Why is it dangerous if I'm just fishing?
Every once in a while, somebody goes into the drink down there. Somebody's fishing, falls.
Just getting down there.
You don't need to be in the goddamn gorge jerking around. You don't need to be doing any gorge jerking.
Gorging and a jerking.
Jerking and a gorging. It looks super dangerous to me.
No, but it does look, I'm not an outdoorsy person, but there is something about driving over that bridge from the city on 104.
It scares the crap out of me when I look down. I go, God damn, man.
But it's so unique. Like,
yes, it is.
I always say we don't do enough with our downtown waterfall. We have a waterfall in the middle of a city.
But you can't really see it.
You can't. There's a literal bridge you can stand over and look right at.
But that's it. Like, it's not like...
Is that all? Do they only build an observation bridge?
It's one rickety-ass bridge.
What else would you like to do with a waterfall?
I don't know. Look at it. I guess Pat wants to go visit it.
No, I just said I want...
You said we don't do enough.
We don't do enough. Like, I mean,
we used to. They used to do like laser shows and stuff. Nobody went.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I remember going as a kid.
Yeah, because we used to sponsor it.
That's why nobody went.
No, it was a bust.
Take your face off, and all of a sudden everybody's there. 252 WCMF. We're talking about these flood sirens that'll be going off down in the Lower Falls area. Our genie is testing the siren. We didn't know anything about these things. They're 2 minutes long, and there's 10 of them, which means at some point today there will be 20 minutes of sirens. Patrick seems to know what we're talking about here. Hey, Patty, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
So I actually used to live in the area over by the Lower Falls, and I knew about these sirens way back in 2008. Because if you go down and there's trails down there that people can walk or bike or what have you, and there's actual signs that say, "Hey, if you hear these alarms, get the hell out of here."
Yeah, climb 200 feet to your safety.
Yeah, basically. And then the way to get down there, I always got down there by like the Drive-In Park Bridge. There's Maplewood Park right there with the trails. You know, if you just go off the trails, you can actually find some other trails that people have made through the years that actually get you all the way down to the bottom of the river.
Okay, now
that sounds super dangerous, man.
You know, it's funny, though. Like, you bring up... I grew up in that neighborhood going to Aquinas, right? You got the Maplewood Rose Garden over there. You got Maplewood Park, right? Like, all those things. It's such a, like, hidden gem part of the city of Rochester.
Didn't they take you there for, like, field trips? And,
There's
like,
a little cave down there by those falls.
Oh, wait, Pat's mom's down there?
Huh?
What? Hey, good dynamite joke. Huh?
Oh,
what?
Stinky caves.
Did the stink lights and everything. Patrick, thanks for the information,
Nothing but steelhead in there. That's not so funny, is it?
I don't know if I'd want to be a walking and biking when those signs are along the path.
It sounds like you're doomed.
I mean, I guess maybe you just get used to it and you think, it's never going to happen. But I don't know how quickly, if it does, how quickly it happens.
It's a flood, man.
It's going to come trucking through.
Put that on a T-shirt and sell it in the rock shop. It's a flood, man. Yeah, but there's warnings that you go to the beach. There's warnings that look ominous,
that's true.
Right? Like, you go to California, you can be hit with an earthquake at any time. Kansas, you're in a tornado.
All right.
Miami, a hurricane. All right, let's take a break. You know, the weather is beautiful yesterday. It was beautiful. It's going to be beautiful today again. And we may not get to freezing ever again in the history of the planet Earth.
Look at that.
But it wasn't that long ago we were still getting snow.
Yeah.
And there was a woman who, in that period of time, committed a crime.
A snow crime.
Well, at least according to police, because she went to this tourist area from out of state right in our backyard. And it sounds like she'd never done this before because she needed to get some stuff to do it. And she decided she liked that stuff so much that she left with it.
Oh.
At least according to police. And we will tell you the story of a 26-year-old woman on the run next to the break room on CMF. There is a woman in some serious trouble.
What happened?
For something maybe we've done at some point in our lives, all of us. And there are different levels of this, Tommy. However, when you borrow something from a business, there are some things worth keeping and some things not. Excuse me. And I don't know if the stuff she may be accused of keeping would be worth the charges she's now facing.
Oh, like it's junk?
I don't know, because we don't do this for good reason.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, the weather is beautiful today.
Oh, nice.
It was beautiful yesterday, but it wasn't all that long ago that the ski facilities in our area were operating with fake snow, and it was cold outside, and everything was great. And this story comes to us from Bristol Mountain. 26-year-old woman from Ohio has been arrested, charged with stealing rental ski equipment.
Oh, she just took it home?
Authorities say she rented it, never returned it, put it in her car, and went back home to Ohio. So she's been charged with petty larceny. She'll have to come all the way back to our area from Ohio for a court date. And I asked this question because, Kimmy, you're not a skier.
No.
You're not a skier. Nope. I have never skied in my life. Is rental ski equipment worth stealing?
I guess. But you would think like if you just returned it, they wouldn't pursue it.
Yeah, but she took it back to Ohio, so what are you going to do, put it in the mail?
Or you just drive it back. It's not that far.
Well, it sounds like she took it on purpose.
All right, like she was like it was a definite theft.
Yeah, I don't think you accidentally put a snowboarder skis in your car. You can't like drop it in your bag by accident.
Yeah.
But like that equipment.
Yeah. I mean, it's a rental, so it's not brand new. It's probably beat up a little bit if they're rentals.
Are those things beat up?
Unless they replace them often, but even still, to your point, it's been through.
Yeah.
A lot of people at this point in the year, especially.
Yeah, and it's getting used by different people every day, and they don't take care of it like their own. Like, for example, like the rental skates at an ice rink. Even if you loved ice skating, no one wants to steal ice skate.
Yeah, they're just beat up skates.
Terrible.
Right.
They're terrible skates.
Right.
So it's easy to sit here and criticize this 26-year-old lady for what she's accused of. But the fact of the matter is, everyone listening to this show is guilty of what she's done.
Walking off with something?
Yeah. We've all at some point in our lives borrowed something from a business and never gave it back. And the question becomes, which things are or were worth taking and never giving back? Like, for example, how many families still have VHS or DVDs from Blockbuster Video in their basements now?
Sure.
Because driving down the street to bring them back was too much for you, so I'd rather pay for them for the rest of my life. Like those you had to pay for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a better example would be like stuff you took from the library because they don't have your credit card on file.
Yeah, I'm guessing a lot of people have at least a book that even if they didn't mean to steal it, just it got away from you and you found it later on and thought, well, too late now.
I mean, if you do find that thing you like and you want to keep it forever, you have to weigh the trade-off of never going back to the library again for the rest of your life.
I wonder if it happens to those rental places. Like people that rent like equipment for their house or party stuff. And you don't bring it all back if you get clipped on that.
Do they charge? I mean, they have to have your credit card on
yeah.
file, right?
So they must know you did this.
Have you ever done anything like that? How much stuff do you have in your garage right now that you borrowed and never gave back? And don't you tell me zero, you lying bitch.
Like from a business?
Business, friend, family member?
Oh, I got stuff.
Yeah, you got stuff? Yeah.
Well, through like broken relationships and stuff like that, yeah. I have stuff. I had something that a fiance gave me that I never gave back that she asked for. I ended up tossing it finally.
But you wanted it back and you threw it away.
Yeah, it was because I was moving here. It was like a nice thing for the kitchen,
Okay.
She went and bought it for me.
Wow.
Because she was like she thought she was moving up here with me and stuff, So and then in the end, like I just heaved it, but yeah, it had sentimental value to her.
All right. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. As we talk about this 26-year-old woman from Ohio who's accused of borrowing skiing equipment from Bristol Mountain, taking it back to Ohio with her and never bringing it back, the stuff you took and never returned from a business. How you return things to businesses all depends on the family you grew up in.
Okay.
There are families that know how to rent and borrow, and then there are what I like to call keeper families. And I grew up in a keeper family.
Yeah.
If my old man rented anything, that was ours forever.
But you never got pinched?
Oh, I'm sure he did. I'm sure that he had to pay for it or whatever. But like, I cannot tell you how many things with business labels attached lived in our garage in our basement. And because of that, I am the world's worst renter.
Oh.
I will not do it. I won't rent anything.
You just refuse to rent, period.
Kimmy, I know at minimum I will be keeping it longer than I should and will have to pay a late fee, but 80% of the time, I'm just going to end up keeping it. Why is it so hard to bring stuff back where you rent it from?
Because it's such a pain in the ass.
I think it's more so the longer you wait, the more you just forget about it. It's just not top of mind anymore.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna explain something to you guys that I've tried to explain to my wife, and she thinks I'm insane for it. So, like, Kimmy, it starts with, I'll rent, let's say I rent a movie back in the day, right?
Okay.
Right. So I'm going to rent a movie. And now it's getting to the day where I got to bring it back.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't want to bring it back.
Because the fun's over.
I'm lazy. Yeah, I'm being lazy.
That's the problem.
And you go, like, what's $1 or $2 extra?
And the motivation's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, like, 3 days later, I see it sitting on my counter.
Yeah.
And now I'm getting anxious.
Right.
But now I'm starting to feel guilty. And I still don't want to do it that day. I'll do it tomorrow. And then another couple days go by, and I start to feel like if I walk in with this now, I'm going to be judged.
Yeah.
I don't want them to look at me and think I'm a lazy piece of crap. So
If it's a face-to-face interaction.
But it happens with every single thing I borrow. I almost did it with a rental car. My wife had to get me in the car
Well,
to
a rental
send me.
car that'll arrest your ass.
I understand. But
yeah,
like
that's a tough one to ignore.
I couldn't explain to my wife like the rental car place was around the corner, and I'm like I don't want to do it. I don't want to go do it.
I mean, the amount of stuff people walked out of hotels with back in the day.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, but you didn't borrow that. You knew full well you were taking that.
Well, I was kind of using it. I'm kind of borrowing your room right now, right? Like, hey, it's my room right now. How many people had Holiday Inn towels?
My dad never stole towels, probably because they weren't big enough for our family.
Yeah, true. You guys got huge backs.
Yeah, that's what they called us. Big old back Duffies.
Big back Duffy.
Duffy's got back. Remember that song that was a hit? Here's how much I cannot be trusted.
All right.
For the last 3 years, I have had an old-timey popcorn machine that we borrowed from somebody for a party at our house.
Like the one that has wheels on it?
Yeah. It's been so long, and we've kept it.
Well, you borrowed it for something. That's a nice thing.
It is. It's a really nice thing. It's really nice. We've used it that one time at the party.
Yeah. Where is it?
It's in my garage. It's sat there for 3 years. It's been so long, I don't even remember who
you
I
borrowed
borrowed
it
it from. Like, if I wanted to bring it back tomorrow, I couldn't because I don't know who owns that machine.
Though, seems like something that somebody wouldn't want back. Like, that may be something that they bought thinking, we're going to throw all these parties and use it all the time, and then they never did. So when you asked to borrow it, they were like, good, let them take it.
Well, maybe that's why I don't know who owns it, because nobody's asked me for it. We got tweets coming in. You can always tweet us at WCMF Break Room. From @VexPatriarch, I have at least 15 Redbox movies that I now own and charged retail price for Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, that's an easy one to ignore because it's, what, $1 a day, or at least it used to be?
Yep.
So that's an easy one to just let go because, what's another $1?
Yeah,
until you've paid for the whole thing.
But you feel so stupid. Now, remember, like, Blockbuster for DVDs and VHSs used to charge you like $30, $40? Like, it was the most ridiculous markup of all
It was a
time.
deposit, right?
Well, no, I'm saying after they would have your credit card on file.
Yeah.
And you would either get banged on your card or they would make you pay that fee. They would send it to collections. I know this personally. But, like, if you ended up buying all that stuff unintentionally, it's worth nothing now.
Yeah.
Like, you spent all of this ridiculous amount of money just because you didn't want to bring it back, and it's cost you a fortune for nothing.
Because I can remember, like, throwing that stuff in my car going, I'll do it on the way home.
Sure.
And I never did it.
Nope.
I could hear it rattling around back there, like reminding me that I wouldn't do it.
Do you know which one of your friends lives in a keeper family? Because
you know the keepers.
It's important to know that if you're going to lend, if they ask to borrow something, right?
And they're constantly borrowing from
Okay, now, you mean you're a man who just admitted you kept something that you didn't want.
Yes.
And then threw it away.
Yeah. But that was a fiance. I wasn't going to drive it back to Kentucky.
Okay, you just suggested this woman drive skis back from Ohio.
Well, yeah, but this chick in Kentucky didn't have any leverage on my ass.
Okay.
But there's always that buddy, if you get something and you show it to him and go, man, hey, let me try it out.
Well, you should let me try it out.
So you're that guy.
Well,
you don't want to spend. But if you get something nice, there's always that guy that doesn't want to spend. But I go, man, you got to let me check that out sometimes. I could use that.
No, but here's the thing. Let's talk about something like a power washer.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Power washer you use twice a summer, right? Fair statement?
At most.
If you're lucky. Sometimes you don't even need to use it if it was a mild winter. Why would I and my brother and my sister all buy separate power washers when you're only going to use them once or twice a summer?
Because I want it when I want to use it.
I want it when I want it. Do you hear yourself right now?
Well, and you're probably, chances are, you may all want to use it around the same time.
that's absolutely right. Like, there's only certain times a year you're going to do it. And what chaps my ass is their philosophy is, well, who uses it all the time? Nobody, but somebody has to buy it.
Oh my God! You can use the stuff that I don't use all the time that I have.
But they never. But they don't have crap I want. Like the chintz ass crap that you have, I don't want.
Chintz ass crap.
Because if you're that kind of guy that borrows from somebody else, you're king chintz. You buy garbage.
No, you're right. All of my tools are garbage.
Right.
They're all off-brand things.
And
I've broken several shovels.
That's the worst part about borrowing a power washer or tools from somebody, because chances are they're not going to need it tomorrow. So they may forget you have it. You might forget you have it, and then it ends up in your basement somewhere, and you don't discover it till years later.
And they don't return it right.
Oh
like,
my God!
You'll hand them something. Let's say a power washer, right? You'll get it back. The cord's going to be dangling. The hose won't even be attached anymore.
So
like
what?
Everything will just be apart.
So
You'll
what?
just get handed like this dismembered body to put back together.
I feel like if you're somebody though that's very particular,
and I am,
about the way you keep things and store things, you shouldn't let people borrow your stuff, because you're never going to get it back the way you want it.
They bang it up. They don't care.
No, but like
if they cared, they'd buy one.
No, but it's just so funny. Like you sit here and talk about, oh, people spend money for no reason. Everyone's so stupid. Yeah, everyone should have their own power washer that you use one time a summer. Shut up. It's dumb. And why does it matter that you're going to
Kennedy even said it in that famous speech in the 60s. I say by the end of this century, everybody owns a power washer. Not because they're easy, but because they're hard and the directions are confusing.
The amount of damage I did to my house the first time I used that power
washers are dangerous as crap. That's the other thing, man. Like, you can really hurt yourself with a power washer.
I broke every one of my screens by accident. Like, there's pieces of my siding missing now.
You hit
my wife
wood
doesn't
or
know
something
about.
like that, it'll peel all the paint off.
Yeah. All right, so the moral of the story is...
Don't lend.
I mean, look, based on my situation, you're probably right.
Yes.
But I still want it.
Go buy it.
Maybe I will. I won't. Can I borrow yours? All right, Tommy, for years and years and years, you've yelled out loud, if any emergency were to happen, you are not trained, therefore I don't feel comfortable helping.
I can't help you.
You can't help, right? Like, you're not an expert. There's going to be an expert around here. Well, yesterday, the American Heart Association came out, and they changed policy.
What did they say?
Well, they're saying that even if you don't know what you're doing, your help is better than no help.
But I don't know what I'm doing.
But it's not that hard. And when it comes to a life or death situation, again.
This is the Heart Association?
Yeah, these the authentic, thing in your chest. They know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah.
We'll tell you, even if you have no training, what you are now expected to do in an emergency like this.
Jesus.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This advice flies in the face of what Tommy Muley has been saying on this show for years.
What?
Well, Tommy, you believe when you have no training in a situation, you should do nothing.
Yes.
Okay.
Because you're going to hurt people.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're wrong. At least about this one specific thing in this
This
specific
is the worst
emergency.
one.
Because it seems now the idea is someone without training helping is still better than no help at all.
How is that possible?
Well, I'm going to explain.
And this is like the number one killer.
Yeah, which is why you need to help.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Monsters Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Two things. First of all, we're about half an hour away from everyone's favorite break room game.
Yeah.
Tuesday, 9 o'clock. Where Are They Whining coming up?
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully we'll have a non-disputed star-given champion
Are
tonight.
you talking to the Star Goat?
Star Goat?
I'm the Star Goat.
Where Are They Whining? Just about half an hour here in the break room on CMF. Also, Brit Floyd.
Ooh, they should get a star too.
The world's greatest live Pink Floyd experience returns to Western Auditorium Theater March 19th with Pulse, their biggest production to date, featuring classic Pink Floyd tracks from The Dark Side of the Moon, The Wall, Wish You Were Here, Animals, The Division Bell, and Metal. Go to the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets, plus VIP meet and greet soundcheck experience for two, featuring a performance of two classic songs not in the show, tour lanyards, early access to merch, and more. It's a prize valued at $300, Tommy.
$300.
And if you can't wait to win, are you having a stroke?
$300.
If you can't wait to win, tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Tommy?
Yeah.
The American Heart Association announced yesterday that even if you are not trained in CPR, they still recommend you act in a CPR emergency.
Okay. If I don't know what I'm doing, how am I acting in a CPR emergency if I've never done it?
Because it's very simple. And in fact, they lay it out for you right
Oh, it's
here.
very simple?
Yes. To quote the Heart Association, there are two steps.
Right.
Call 911 and start heart compressions. Just push hard and fast in the center of the chest, and the 911 operator will guide you through the rest of the steps until EMS gets there.
Okay. So have 911 on the phone instructing you.
Yes, but they say you should shoot for 100 compressions a minute while they're getting everything together with 911. Or the Tempo to Staying Alive by the Bee Gees.
That's legit.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a couple other songs. Kimmy, you want to Google those real quick?
Yeah,
in
there's
case
like a
you're
whole
not-
playlist.
Yeah, in case you're not a Bee Gees fan. And
I'm not kidding you. I think that there is a playlist on Spotify for this that has all of the songs that go along with it.
Hey, I'll save you 1 sec. Hold on. Oh, I got water on my phone. It keeps deleting for some reason. Okay, so to be clear, neither of you were trained in CPR, right?
No, and heart attacks run in my family. It got my own man.
Okay, so
he had multiple.
So this advice then is specifically for the two of you.
Yeah.
Now, if you're in a situation like this, you should jump right in.
I don't want to do it.
There is a reason why the Heart Association is recommending this.
Right.
When someone collapses, for every minute that passes without CPR,
it's precious time, Patrick.
The odds of their survival decreases by about 10%.
You know what's even worse? Looking up and seeing me.
Okay, not true.
You're a goner. I don't want.
Okay, no.
What if they die in front of me? Like, what if I'm on top of them and they croak?
They're gonna die in front of you if
Bro,
you don't
I'm
do
gonna
anything.
have nightmares. It's gonna like change my life. I'm gonna have nightmares forever.
What makes you think if you don't do anything, they're gonna survive?
Because somebody better will jump in.
Okay, if there's somebody better that knows, fine.
Because I know nothing. I'm the worst guy. I got little ass hands.
Oh, now you got little hands. Now you got baby hands.
I'm a weakling.
Oh, what happened? I say all these things, you get all pissed off. No.
I got teal sneakers on.
The Heart Association does recommend taking off teal sneakers before you start compressions.
It does require, I think, a lot more endurance than people realize, too.
Yeah, because you got to pump
and you
on
just
their
have
chest.
to keep going. There's no stopping.
Okay, I understand, but you would also anticipate.
Can't you just hit them hard just one time?
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
No.
Like the bionic elbow off the top rope.
Please stop that.
Go a Dusty Road on her ass.
Like you dated one chick that was into wrestling in
Yes,
the
I
South of the
did.
70s. Kimmy, what's the playlist that we're getting here?
Okay.
Nothing from Steely Dan.
So
They'll
some
die.
of these, the title of the song isn't great for the situation you're in. Another one, Bites the Dust.
Wait, Staying Alive and another one.
Achy Breaky Heart.
Yikes.
But Staying Alive is number one. That's like the first one they list.
Just go with that one.
I Will Survive.
And these are all kind of themed. Did they find
Eye of the
themed
Tiger
songs?
is one.
Oh.
Okay, ooh, that's a good one.
Dun,
No, you do it through. You don't do it to the drum. You idiot.
Girls Just Want to Have Fun.
No.
I don't know the beat on that one.
Baby Shark.
Baby shark,
Baby Shark.
do. Baby shark. By the way, that's in every parent's head now
Yeah.
for the rest of the day, and I'd like to apologize for that. Look, man, the bottom line is this. There needs to be action taken to give this person who collapses a chance at pulling through. And the Heart Association goes on to say, don't overthink it. You're just pumping their chest and you're following directions over the phone. Easy peasy, chesty squeezy.
So, man, do they teach? Is there a place to go where you can actually learn how to do this?
I think every weekend. Yeah, there's places all over the place. What?
Why?
Why?
Because a minute, I don't have to take your seminar course. I can just put that staying alive in my head and say so. Why would I?
Well, because
go
they're
to
going
your
to teach you
course?
other things. They're gonna teach you an extension of that. But this is just if
But
you have
that's all
no.
I'm doing. I'm not
This
doing
is just if you
open heart
have
surgery.
no other knowledge. This is the best thing you could do. But if there are other things that you could do to help.
All right.
I don't know. I didn't take the course. The
phone numbers-
seminar course.
Because it ain't worth.
The phone numbers. It ain't work.
It ain't worth.
It ain't work.
It ain't worth.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's very simple and logical, stupid. Well, let me put it this way. If your house caught on fire, like the outside of your house, right, and your neighbor had a big-ass hose, you don't want your neighbor fighting that fire with a big-ass hose.
No.
Unless the only option until the fire department gets there is for him to run over and start spraying the hose in the house.
Is he spraying the hose and doing staying alive, squirt, 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 staying alive?
Wait, your mom was... It's obvious what the answer is here, man. Yes, you want someone with CPR training. You absolutely do. But if no one in that room has CPR training or you are alone with somebody, something is better than nothing. Much like the idea behind putting the show together. Something is better than nothing. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about how yesterday the American Heart Association came out and said even if you are not trained in CPR, they still recommend you act in an emergency. Just call 911, start chest compressions. The 911 operator will walk you through. And they say the reason they're making this recommendation now, when someone collapses, for every minute that passes without CPR, the odds of their survival decreases by about 10%. Yet Tommy's still going to run away like a little bitch.
Yes.
Why?
I don't want to do it, man.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious.
Someone's life is hanging.
What if your wife jumps in and does it? And you're
good. Jump in, honey. Do it. You go, girl.
So you would let her go first.
Girl power.
You're both standing there looking at the situation, and she's the first to make the move.
She's trained. Because she worked in the school system. She had to take all those courses.
All right,
okay, so if she's there and she's the one you want doing it, great. You're right.
You're certified.
You know, it's funny. There's always an excuse you use every single time this comes up.
What's that?
Right? Well, I don't want to hurt someone.
I don't.
Before knowing this, I kind of thought the same thing. Like, I thought you really weren't supposed to just jump in and do something if you were unsure.
You make the heart worse.
That would have been my fear.
And then people go also going to say, you can get sued. You hurt somebody.
Oh, am I liable?
Yeah,
I could lose the house.
Heart Association says you're wrong about that, too. New Yorkers are protected under the Good Samaritan law when attempting to provide aid. Quote, any individual who acts in good faith without expectation of compensation or reward and is not grossly negligent will not be held liable. Okay. So unless you're giving them the bionic elbow from the top rope and in the center of their chest, you're not going to get in trouble. You literally have no excuse now.
I'll find one. I'll find a loophole somewhere.
And someone's dying in front of you.
What if they die? What if and then you're going to think like, did I do it wrong? Did I not do it enough? Then the family goes, why did you do this?
No family would say, why did you try to save my family member?
Have you met every family?
What?
There's some dick-ass heart attack family out there that would go, you didn't do enough, you didn't do it right.
As opposed to, you're right, if you were just standing over them watching them die, they go, hey, thank you for doing nothing. We really appreciate you letting them go peacefully.
I don't want the guilt because I'm guessing if I'm doing it, you're dead. Or you're going to have brain damage or something. Because I didn't do it right.
You could look,
or I didn't do it enough. Or I got there. Like, I don't know. How long do you go before,
until the EMS gets there.
No, what if I'm tired?
You keep going.
I got to ring I go, man, I got to stop for a minute. My wrist is killing me.
Okay, look.
I was with Pat's mom last night.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Frank. Hey, Frank, what's up, buddy?
Not much. So to answer the first few questions, Pat, I think you said them. Yes, fire departments around the neighborhood, some of them will do the classes for free. Some of your jobs will also send you, depending on the job you do, for free. To answer Tommy's question, as you said, the Good Samaritan law, he will not get in trouble for helping somebody unless he starts fondling them as he's touching them. To answer Tommy's third question, if his arm starts to get tired, if you have somebody in the room with him you basically switch spots because that does become a very tiring situation.
No, but
at night.
if there's somebody, there's going to be no. If I'm doing this, there's nobody else in the room. I am doing it. There's nobody else to help.
Keep doing it. You can't stop. Once you start, you can't stop.
What if my wrist is bothering me, man?
All the things you've done with your wrist since you were a boy, it's got plenty of strength. I'm not worried about it.
No, yeah, exactly. And you know what? Step 3, pretend it's your wife and you're trying to save her life. I know you want her house and everything, but come on.
Frank, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, we got DM on Instagram coming in. This comes from Leanne. She says, is Tommy just going to walk by and pretend he didn't see someone down unconscious dead? Just stroll by like he's ignoring a homeless man begging for change? Crappy compressions are better than no compressions. 2 exclamation points.
All right.
And she sounds like
Get
a woman
in there.
who works in the medical field.
Okay.
I just don't understand why you two are so opposed to this. Because, Tommy, like in Olsen...
Well, no, I mean, before hearing this, I did not know that you could do it without any training, and that's the better option.
Yeah.
Look, let's look
girl.
Let's look at facts, and you're not going to want to hear this, but it's true.
What's that?
Tommy, you're in an age where this is more likely to happen in front of you than any of us.
Well, it's going to happen to me.
Okay, you can't give yourself chest compressions, but the older you are, the more likely you're around older people, the more likely there will be a medical emergency. So you should mentally prepare yourself for that option. And at base level...
Maybe God's calling you home, man.
It says agnostic?
No, but they believe... If I knew that they're a religious person, I'd just say, man, you're going home, baby. You're going to paradise.
You're going to stand over them while they may still be conscious? And
They're going to the light.
Okay. At base level...
Put in a good word for me.
Yeah, you got no shot.
Put me down as a +1.
At base level, if you yourself, Tommy, were to drop out of nowhere, wouldn't you want someone else to do this for you?
Yeah, but I want somebody that knows what they're doing.
But if you have no one that knows what they're doing.
Half-ass compression guy?
So Kimmy shouldn't help. If she's alone in the room with you when you drop, which again is...
But that would be the weirdest situation ever.
Why would that
Two
be?
people that don't want to do this.
But she's all alone. You go down. You don't want her pounding on your chest?
You see them big-ass meat hands?
Yeah, she might bring your heart back to life. You can just cancel EMS. Hey, she's good now.
She's going to crack me like a lobster.
Kimmy?
Well, at least you're alive.
Yeah.
Then she would hold that over me, too, because she's already making that face.
Yeah, I would.
What were you going to say?
No, I mean, like, it all comes down... to being alive, like Kimmy said.
You
like
get to live, Pat. You get to live.
I would think a guy that is an agnostic who has done the horrible things that you've done in your life is going to try and hold on to breath as long as possible. So don't sit here and be like you wouldn't be begging both of us to be, help me, please help me, I'm dying. I can't kick this at the same thing.
Okay, if it in the moment, I might have a different opinion.
Okay.
On both sides of the coin.
Yeah, I see.
But
you.
just kicking it around here, I don't want to do it. And I know nobody wants to do it. But I just feel I'm not going to be very good at it.
Okay.
And then you're going to end up dying on my watch.
Okay.
And you know how I feel about that. I don't want to be connected to anybody's problems.
You were doing so good till the end. Then, look, I understand all of those concerns. Those are valid concerns. So there's a simple way to remedy that.
What is that?
Go take the CPR
course. I ain't
course.
taking no goddamn course.
You don't, bro. You have the most wide open schedule of anyone I've met in my entire life.
I'm going to keep it that way. You know why my schedule's wide open? Because I keep it wide open. So I don't let people crowd my crap. I like space.
Have you ever had to take this in the past? I feel like along the way no reason at all.
What job would he have had?
Not even job, but like you didn't do it like in school or anything.
They didn't have this stuff.
CPR didn't exist back then.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
I'm surprised like you working in the grocery business, you didn't have
They didn't have it. And by the way, my ex-brother-in-law almost died of a seizure right at the meat case. And my buddy, who also cut meat, was an EMT on the side.
Yeah.
And he saved his goddamn life, man.
You watched it happen.
Right.
You watched it happen. And you still...
I know.
Bro, what's an hour or two on a
maybe
weekend one time?
I guess maybe though watching, and I'm not trying to make an excuse for him, but maybe watching it happen would make you scared to jump in.
It would be so scary. Remember I saw that guy almost...
you gave an excuse and he runs with
You remember when I saw that guy die at the bar when I went outside to light my cigar? And he was like, it was terrible.
You kept smoking while he was dying. Could have been that terrible.
With respect, out of the way so the smoke didn't go over there. But I think they lost that guy.
252 WCMF. You don't even know. You went back inside and kept drinking. Again, the American Heart Association announces yesterday, even if you have no CPR training, you should act when someone collapses, in that situation. They say 2 steps, call 911. Start heart compressions. The 911 operator will walk you through it. The tempo to staying alive, or another one bites the dust, or achy breaky heart, 100 compressions per minute. They say that when somebody goes down like that, for every minute that passes without CPR, the odds of survival, it really is. The odds of survival decrease by about 10%. Yeah. Barbara's on CMF. Hey, Barbara, what's up, buddy?
Morning, guys. Long time ago when I was in college at Herkimer, I was on the soccer team, and we had practice canceled because of lightning and thunder, so the coach takes us indoors to the pool, do practice in there, and he saw a CPR dummy there, so he grabbed groups of us a little at a time and says, hey, I'm going to show you guys something. It's not enough for certification, but you never know if you need it in the future. And he showed everybody how to do basic CPR.
Okay, because he saw it on the Dick Cavett show. He wasn't qualified to teach you nothing.
You and Barbara are the only
ones.
Yeah,
he was, because he was qualified. He was a qualified CPR instructor.
Yeah, stupid.
But what he showed us wasn't like to get the certification. It was just the basics, 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Fast forward 10 years later, my father suffered a ventricle fibrillation, dropped dead. And I didn't know what to do. I ran to the neighbor. We were out in the backyard. Ran to the neighbor. I said, quick, call 911. Other neighbors came over. Does anybody know CPR? Nobody knew. I was like, wait a minute. I go, I think I might know it. And I applied it to him, and I brought him back twice, long enough for when the fire department came with the ambulance, and they got him to the hospital. Doctor said if I hadn't given him CPR, keep him going there's no way they would have been able to bring him back to life.
But hold on, Barbara.
And he lived for 14 more years before heart failure finally took him.
You forgot your own story when you needed it?
Well, it's a serious situation.
No, like his father, you just told us the story where this gym teacher taught you how to do it.
Coach.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You weren't
and
even
then
listening
your old
to the
man
story.
needed it. You forgot.
No, he didn't
walked
forget.
over to the neighbor, then remembered he had it, and then applied it.
He wanted to ask to see
if anybody knew CPR. It wasn't
you.
I'd rather have a professional person do it than kind of be like you trying to do put electricity in your house. You're not an electrician.
I'm not going to do that
You
again.
stuck up in a tree.
Okay, look, how did you get that? That's an amazing story. His father got 14 more years because he
I'm listening
acted.
to those stories.
You were just waiting for the tiniest thing so you wouldn't have to feel responsible for doing something. Barbara, that's a great story. Thank you.
You're a hero, bro.
Because I cracked and broke a couple of his ribs, and I felt bad. And doctor said, no, if you hadn't cracked his ribs, there's no way you would have brought him back.
You know what? Thank you for cracking them ribs.
And this was in the old days where you had to do the mouth and the compression, so I was the only one doing it. Now I'm glad it's only just compression.
Could you put your mouth in your father's mouth?
I mean, if he's dying, yeah.
No, could you do it?
Yeah, if he's dying. I'm not going to do it on like a Saturday night for no reason unless he's buying. Barbara, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Thanks. There goes Barbara.
You imagine, man, I can't imagine putting my mouth on my father's
crusty
ass, alcoholic, racist mouth. I'd be afraid all that would get into my body. Like it would just, like all of his badness would like there'd be some black gook that would get out of my mouth, and all of a sudden I would transform into my father.
I do want to clarify, though. You cleaned up your dad's crap pants, and you wouldn't be willing to do that.
Kind of.
He didn't do that.
Kind of. My mom did most of that heavy work.
Yeah, he let the elderly woman do all that stuff instead of himself.
I take it back.
Hey, it's your own man, not mine.
Well, let me ask you a question, and before we move on, right? Because you're opposed to man-on-man mouth.
Mouth. Helping.
Mouth helping.
Helping your mouth.
That's 2 Bee Gees songs today. So let's say you drop, man.
I drop.
You drop. You're in here.
And that's easy to do in this room, the stress you two put me on.
Well, but I want you to survive. And
you laugh. You think it's funny.
No, it's bad. And I want you to survive. Plus, I just found out I'm going to be able to break your ribs and not get in trouble, so I'm in. But my mouth going on your mouth, all bearded, juicy. Big old lip, missing a tooth in here. Toughest. Here I come. The only way your life is saved is if my mouth is completely covering yours. And by the way, if it works, you will regain consciousness while my mouth is on your mouth. Do you want
You open your eyes to Pat's face in your face.
I want to go. I want to leave.
You really?
Yeah, I want to. Father, take me home.
Your wife would never forgive me if I
think
let you
the good
die.
Lord, I would say for the good Lord, take me to heaven.
All right. Can I just, one more question? Right. Based on your age and your family history, do you want to practice in the commercial break?
No, I'm going to take a pass. You know what? You go in the men's room and wait for me.
All right, let's take a break. We're about 10, 15 minutes away from where they whine, and sit tight on that. But over 1/2 Americans believe they are this, and I guarantee you they are not. Next to the break room on CMF. The saddest day of a lot of men's life, women too, is when you realize you are no longer this. Unfortunately, way too many people still believe they are this. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9 o'clock. It's Tuesday.
Let's get going, buddy. Champ is warming up.
We got to start a hangout in this handout, and hopefully this week it'll be a legitimate star, not one sullied in controversy.
You can't let it go.
Well, bro, I tried to
can't let people have fun.
I tried to throw the review flag, and the commissioner blocked me on it. Yeah. Worst commissioner in the history of where they won.
You threw it though after you knew who won.
That's right.
Just pointing that out.
Where they whined. Coming up in just a couple minutes here in the break room on CMF. Over 1/2 Americans believe they are cool.
Oh, man, cool. Who the hell's cool?
Well, at least 1/2 Americans believe they are. So men were more likely to say they were cool than women. Not shocking. The funniest part of this, Tommy, you would think if the 53% of Americans who think they're cool exist, that would mean 40% of Americans don't believe they're cool.
Yeah.
You'd be wrong. 17% of Americans responded that they weren't sure if they were cool.
Okay, so they were kind of out on it.
You got it. Which means, I believe, that leaves, 30% of Americans?
Uncool.
Who know they're uncool.
Cool.
So only 3 in 10 Americans can say definitively, I am not cool.
Mm-hmm.
So you laugh when I tell you that just over half Americans think they're cool. You did too, Kimmy.
Mm-hmm.
You think you're cool?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I know you're not making a joke. You think you're cool.
Every man thinks they're cool.
You laughed out loud.
I'm cool.
You're ready to kill somebody, and you wake up every day.
Look at my sneakers.
No, you're nailing.
Those are cool sneakers.
All the cool cats wear the turquoise sewn together sneakers with no rubber on them. How do you laugh out loud when I say 53% of Americans think they're cool, and you think you're one of them?
I do.
Why? Why are you cool? If you can't give me a single reason.
I do cool stuff.
Like what?
I drink.
So,
That's cool. Drinking's cool.
No, drinking like out is cool. You drink in your house.
Even cooler.
Yeah.
Keep
like,
it to myself.
I'm like Edgar Allan Poe, except I'm illiterate.
I'm Polis.
Give me one thing that makes you cool.
I smoke cigars.
That's
Pretty
cool.
cool.
Is that cool?
Pretty cool.
Give me a cigar smoking cool?
That's
I mean, I guess it could be cool. It could be cool.
I said it could be if someone else was doing it, not you.
I listen to jazz.
Yeah.
The coolest music on it. Why do they call it cool jazz? Because cool people listen to cool
No,
jazz.
because when there's like a hot party going on, you put on the cool jazz to bring it down a notch. And nothing says cool like Kenny G.
He's cool. He's a very cool cat.
You couldn't even say cool cat.
So I
Cool.
do 3 things.
Okay.
Drink, smoke, music.
Okay. Kimmy, is Tommy cool?
Of course you don't think I'm cool.
I think that here's the
Ooh.
here's the question I have.
But
Because I do think that there are guys that think Tommy's cool.
Those are.
So does that make Tommy cool if there are some people that think you're cool?
Okay, here's the problem.
What?
We've met those guys that think Tommy
Yeah.
are cool, and they're the saddest human
But
beings
they
that have
think
ever
he's
existed.
cool.
No, but if sad people think you're, it's like if insane people think you'd be a good leader. It doesn't make you a good leader.
But it still makes you a leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, but you're leading. You're just not good at it.
252 WCMF. Just over one half of Americans believe that they're cool. 17% responded in this study they weren't sure. So only 3 in 10 Americans right now are sure they are not cool. Kimmy, are you cool?
The day that I started Googling Gen Z terms, I knew I was no longer cool. Because somebody said the first time somebody said the word sus to me,
Okay.
I nodded my head like I knew what they were talking about. And then I got on my phone and Googled it because I had no clue.
But I don't think women think of themselves as cool. I usually.
No, I think there's a day you think you're cool. Like, I think when you're younger, when you're trying to be cool.
No. Please keep telling the woman how she feels
All
about
right,
herself.
but I will say
Everybody
this.
at some point in their life, I think, wants to be cool or thinks that they're cool.
But don't you think women age out of that thought process way quicker than men? Because men
No,
think
there are
they're-
women that hold on to the cool thing.
You tell
for
me
too
there's
long.
some 7-year-old broad that thinks she's cool.
Yeah.
So
with
let
her
me-
saggy ass.
Let me do. My Instagram is currently populated with 5 different groups of girls I went to high school with,
They still think they're cool.
and they all hang out together,
Oh.
and they all
Oh,
put
they're
on their
those.
all put on their mom fun outfits, and they go out to like some restaurant downtown that's
Margarita Monday.
No, like they try and be like the classy.
Oh, wait, they're
cool.
down at the club?
Well, no, not the club. It's like those Italian restaurants that aren't good because they're
Yeah.
not like old mom and pop places, but they charge like, $35 for a bowl of pasta, and they sit around and like, got my wine, and they stand in front of like some billboard that has the logo of the restaurant on there because you can't have that.
Yeah.
You have to have a restaurant with that
They think
now.
they're the Kardashians.
Yes, all of those women
All right.
in their mid-30s to early 40s think they're cool.
I always thought cool was more of a guy thing, I guess.
Is that because you don't think women can be cool?
I just don't think they care. I don't think that's their thing.
I think
Yeah.
women care more about being cool than men
and
do.
Come on.
I think to your point, based on social media, I think women share more. They want things to look a certain way. They edit their photos
Right.
more. I think that that's also kind of like a sign of wanting to stay cool.
I think that is sexy more than cool.
Yeah, because you're a perv.
Every guy's a perv if they're cool.
Yeah, nothing's as cool like giant
Pervin
perv.
and coolin' and pervin.
Got that?
Pervin
I'm
and a coolin'.
not participating in that.
We're getting
You almost said
tweets.
pervin and curvin.
We got a tweet basically saying because we're using the word cool, that makes us uncool.
Okay. Now, to be fair, I'm quoting a study because I know I'm cool. So there was no other way to illustrate
Let's see.
it.
Am I cool? What do you do that's cool? You were fat.
Yeah. No,
You used to wear wide-ass jeans.
Bro, white-ass jeans were very cool at one point.
They're back, by the way. Watch out.
He
Watch
flapped.
out.
He flapped. They used to call him Flap Pat. Flappin' Pat.
I did. It is funny. But by the way, while I'm wearing those white-ass jeans sitting in that chair, you're wearing a purple shirt with a collar that goes up to your ears.
It was a purple jacket.
So you want to talk about, you look like untalented Prince.
Untalented Prince and flappy jeans Duffy.
Worst comedy act of all time.
I'll tell you what makes me feel cool.
What's that?
Yeah, I think there are times when you can feel cool even if you're not.
The only time I ever feel cool in the world anymore is like when my daughter's friends talk to me and aren't like, like if I can have a conversation with an 11-year-old or a 13-year-old, which are the age of my
feel
kids.
like you're relating.
Right.
Yeah, it makes me feel cool, right? And I think that my daughter's friends think I'm cool.
I mean, there's just you can't have certain things in your life and be cool.
For example?
You can't have Saturday night Crocs.
I don't know. The kids wear Crocs.
Yeah, my daughters are obsessed with their Crocs.
Okay, but as an old man,
that's a tough call.
You can't have multiple stickers on your car and be cool.
I don't know. There are some funny, ironic bumper stickers.
They're not funny.
If it's political, you're right. You're not cool. But anything else?
All right.
Oh, no?
No.
I saw a bumper sticker the other day. It was that T-shirt I showed you that was a bumper sticker. I can't say it on the air, but I'll tell you off the air, and you're going to laugh your ass off.
I always say you can't be a good parent and cool.
Oh.
You have to be.
Oh.
Because you got parents where everything gets stopped. You got to be, no.
But doesn't being like
unfun.
A certain level of cool kind of help?
You can tell Kimmy's cool if you're watching the live show because she moved her head like this.
Certain level of cool.
Much like her karate moves from yesterday.
So nobody's cool.
No, I mean, there are cool people.
There's very few.
But if you have to say to someone you're cool, I mean,
if you like to say it, you lame.
That's a definition. If you have to say out loud, I am cool, you're not cool, which means you are not cool. Man.
I'm still going to wear these shoes.
No, you're nailing it. It's 9 o'clock.
Oh, it's time, buddy.
It's Tuesday. Let's try and follow the rules today. How about that?
Yeah, how about let's let the greatest of all time warm up.
Why are you stretching out your arm?
Because that's what Brady
So he's
does.
getting ready for the old man wave.
That's what Jordan does.
We're going to follow the rules. We're going to jump on all reviews immediately today so there isn't an unsanctioned star distributed.
So do you understand? I am so good, I'm changing the way the game is played.
Well, you mean the right way by the rules?
No, like you keep changing the rules.
No, the rules are to be
Shifting
followed.
sands, Flappy Pat.
Like that. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you want to guarantee you get on, you call us right now. You can listen to the post while you're sitting on hold. It's Where They Whining time.
Let's do it.
We do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. All right. We have one goal and one goal only.
Oh, it's all. I'm ready.
You ready? You ready to cheat again? You going to do this again? We going to do this whole thing again? All right. We are going to be very clear about the rules today, and we're going to be very perceptive of who steps over the line. Because I'm sick of this. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of your face. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. It's Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for Where They Whining. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We got a phone line or two still open if you want to get in. And here are the rules.
What's that?
All right. Kimmy has a post from the neighborhood apps that you folks have been sending her. She has removed street names. She has removed town references, and she's going to read that post out loud. You, me.
Oh, you mean me? El Capitan?
Everybody that can hear us. We're going to listen. Listen. And because we know every stereotype about every town, village, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whining.
All right.
And we're going to do it here. And again, if you are able to nail where they whining, your name goes up on our star chart where you will live forever with your star for winning the competition. And if you continue to win, you get more stars.
And you're going to feel good dethroning the king, the GOAT.
Are we ready?
I think so.
Let's go.
Spencerport, Yates, Henrietta, where they whining?
All right, so this is a two-parter. It's a post and a reply. So the post writes, my neighbor likes to bring my mail up to my house. I don't know why he does it because no one asked him to do this. It started shortly after he retired, and he's been pretty consistent ever since. He goes on his afternoon walks, and when he sees...
Oh, my God.
Shut up!
And when he sees the mailbox is full, he takes it out of our mailbox at the end of our driveway and walks it up to our doorstep.
What a guy.
On windy days, he'll stick it inside of our storm door if no one's home. I'm not sure if he's being nice or if he's just nosy. Is he doing this for anyone else, or is it just us? I can't understand why he's singling us out. It's a bit intrusive and also illegal. Neighbor 2 responds, yes, that's blank. He's the one with the immaculate yard over on blank. He does this for us sometimes, too. I noticed he only takes it out when he sees an overflowing mailbox. I think he has good intentions and just wants to help people out. A very friendly guy. He's just unaware that not everyone appreciates this.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You have an elderly retired gentleman. You have a nosy gentleman. You have a storm door. You got immaculate yards.
Papa, stick it in your storm door.
Tommy, what are you thinking?
Well, you made one mistake. You already.
I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not elderly. He's recently retired.
Okay.
So he doesn't have to be like decrepit-ass old man. All right?
You're assuming that people retire at 65 now.
They do in this neighborhood.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
This ain't no Poe neighborhood.
Oh, it's not?
Yes.
Okay.
This is semi-affluent.
Okay.
But not the affluence you think of, Pat.
No?
No.
I'm not thinking of fluent at all, but go on.
Oh, no. So you got to figure, where the guys do their daily walks, right? They do their moseying. They're also paying attention. They have a pristine yard.
Oh,
and they feel that they have the confidence enough of actually the balls to just walk up your driveway with your mail and stick it in your storm door.
Where's that?
And you also have a storm door.
Oh.
Do you have a storm door?
I do not, actually.
Because you're poor.
Oh, is that why?
You're poor.
Yeah,
You're
is that
poor.
why it is, yeah.
You totally Poe.
Well, no.
Kimmy, do you have a storm door?
Yeah, no, I don't know what to call it.
Do you have a storm door?
Hell yeah.
No, you don't. Your
now
wife
that
has a
I'm
storm
thinking
door.
about it.
Your wife has a storm door.
Front and back. Bro.
Wow.
Front and back.
Yeah,
But that's not my town we're talking about, baby.
What are we talking, Tommy?
We are talking about an area that doesn't get talked to too much.
Okay.
Parrington.
Nope.
Nope. You say that every week and I win. This is Parrington.
You won one time. You won a single time.
No. On the new system.
No, look at the chart.
Yeah.
Look at the chart.
We've only done it once.
Oh, so that-
far I am undefeated.
Well, that means-
I'm the only person.
That means in the last month, if we're going back past, that means we're tied, buddy, in the
No,
last
no, no,
month.
no, no.
No.
I am the only person in the history of CMF to ever get a gold star. And it's yellow.
Well, only so far. I mean, we just started.
And the gold star is yellow?
Mm-hmm. It's a yellow gold star.
Okay. Here's why you're an idiot.
It's Parrington.
Here's why you're an idiot. Parrington is too spread out for what is being
No,
described
your mom's
here.
not there.
Wow. Okay.
She'd get a gold star. You put it.
This is not. So here's a problem.
What's the problem?
Here's the problem.
Probably you don't know what to pick.
No, I do, because there are two.
Slappy Pat.
There are two towns that pop open in my head.
Oh yeah, where are they?
One is East Side. One is West Side.
You can't be picking sides.
What are you talking about?
You can't be East Side, West Side.
I said there were
going to say East.
Okay,
Think about West.
I see your challenge, and I'm going to explain. He did not say a town.
Okay, well, we're getting very
By the way,
close.
he burned his one challenge for the day. He burned his one
There's no
challenge.
one
You lost your timeout.
Thank you.
When did that become a thing? Go ahead. What do you got?
Last week we were here.
Where
West
were you?
Side. Last week we were West Side. So I'm thinking she's going to bounce it back. But it's a West Side town on the East Side. Maybe even a little piece of the West Side that broke off and floated over to the East
they
Side.
ain't got that kind of bang for a storm door.
Here's the key.
You know, legally you cannot have a storm door in the town you're about to pick.
More affluent people don't call them storm doors. Storm doors is a more blue-collar term, which tells me it is
What's
not
the
a
high-end term?
high-end spot. Millionaire blockers. They whine in East Rochester.
Oh, my God.
And you
You're
know
so
it, too. You know
wrong.
it. Bro, this is all East Rochester. Old man getting mail. Because, it's a small enough town and old school enough where you would think grabbing someone's mail out of their mailbox is totally okay. If this were to happen in an affluent town, a more affluent town, people would flip their lid. And they wouldn't write. They would go up to, let me tell you something. My son Connor, he has to go pick that up from school, and I don't have time to get my mail, and I don't need you going through my mailbox, sir. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There was one rule and one rule only.
What's that? And you got very close.
No, I didn't, you bitch. The commissioner checked the review. Everything was good on the field. You get one guess and one guess only. If you were on hold and you hear someone say the town you were going to say, you got two options.
Yeah.
Just hang up the phone, try again next week. We will not be mad at you. Or pick another town. If we pick up the phone and you go, I was going to say, but then I was, you have been disqualified. And as you heard, the Commissioner Kimmy has final say on all rulings. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Steve. As you heard. Steve, turn your radio down. Where are they whining, buddy?
Around the Quake.
Why around the Quake?
Old guys, old guys there got meticulous lawn.
They do.
And people complain.
Look what he's doing. Are you listening to me? Okay, I'm going to let you go, Steve, because I can hear myself. Bye. Have a good rest of the day.
No, he's right, though. I mean, if you think
He's right, is he?
I would say that's a pretty good pick.
Walking a line, buddy.
I'm thinking of Joey Palladino, my favorite Irondequarian.
Yeah, I'd love to go see all the Italians behind glass at the Irondequarium. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, where are they whining, buddy?
Morning. I'm going to go Webster.
Why Webster?
Retired people out there, long driveways,
Oh, yeah.
a lot of walking.
Well, no, I would think long driveway would lead to a less likely chance you're going to get your neighbor's mail.
No,
for them.
because he feels like you don't want to walk all the way down because you're older.
Well, no, but
so you would go bring it up to the guy.
No, but this person writing doesn't sound like they're older. It sounds like this older guy. Oh, you're in trouble. You know you made a mistake because you were thinking wrong. Chris, I mean, it's more of a violation of someone's privacy if I'm walking up a long driveway to bring them their mail that's already illegal to grab, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's already illegal as it is, so.
Okay. Was Webster your original pick? Because I don't like Webster, Chris.
Yep.
Man, you failed in every way possible. Chris, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
That's a good pick. Right, those are both really good picks.
Okay. She's going
except
on,
for my pick.
She's going on. Oh, yeah?
My pick's number one pick.
She's going on. She's on the phone right now, and I'm going to wait for her to get off the phone as she quickly screens calls because I need her present and accountable for all the things you're going to try to do. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Pete. Pete, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, Tommy, just wanted to let you know that you had a really good win last week. You followed all the rules to a T, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, my name's Pete, and I love Tommy's butt. Butt kissing Tommy. Oh, you're so cool. You're so great. I'm Pete.
Hey, Pat.
Yes.
I didn't pick a town that most of the mailboxes are on the house.
Dumbass. You didn't even look.
What are you talking about? I know.
By the way,
I
is in East Rochester. You didn't even look.
What are you talking?
You had to drive through ER to go and get your car
Yes,
service.
no, I understand. It actually comes from the other side. I see plenty of mailboxes.
No, you
down by
don't.
the
They
street.
don't.
Oh, really? Really? Why'd you say something before then,
Because
smart
you
guy?
I didn't want to say anything.
What happened?
Because I didn't want to get in trouble. But in that area, you cannot have a storm door and you cannot have a freestanding mailbox.
Pete, where they whited, buddy?
I'm going Greece because y'all are bunching.
We are bunching. We
Oh,
did not.
that's
That's our
another good
first.
pick.
That's our first. Kimmy, you know what he's
he
doing.
can say that's a good pick. You can't say that's the winner.
I understand, and I didn't.
Okay.
But I think we're getting close to finding a champ here.
Pete, we got you for Grease, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You also can't say I should have picked that.
Whatever you do, look me in the face. Whatever you do, don't say the words, that's the winner, or I should have picked that one. Whatever you do,
But
do
if I
not,
say that without saying the name of the town?
Yeah, if they say
Yes.
the town and then you say it, that's Kimmy's rule. Whatever you do, do
All right.
not let the words, that's the winner, or I should have picked that one leak into your brain. Right? Like, because you are not a guy who starts to repeat things that you hear over and over
No.
again. Like, that's the winner, or I should have picked that
I know
one.
what you're doing.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We've had a lot of dudes in here.
Mm-hmm. What?
Just waiting for your amazing joke you
Well, it doesn't work that way. If the dudes leave, I can't sodomize you.
Christine's on CMF. Christine, where are they whited?
Rondecoit.
Why Rondecoit?
No.
Because there's a lot of old people. There's a lot of new
Rondecoit has already been picked. Christine, you've been disqualified.
It has.
Yeah, Steve picked a Rondecoit.
We've only been playing this show for 2 minutes.
And here's the thing. There's only been 2 picks before. Christine, where were you? What were you doing, Christine?
She might have been calling
Oh.
while Steve
I
was. So
was-
in her defense, she may not have heard
I
it.
was on with. Oh my God! I was
Yeah.
on with her.
That's not. I feel bad.
Christine, yeah, she may have just missed
Wait a
that
minute, you're
one
going to go
pick.
soft? What the hell
No,
happened to you
I'm
two?
saying I know she's disqualified. Sorry, Christine, but in her defense, that's why she didn't know.
Christine, do you know the amount of people that would have killed to be in your position? Early picking. Any pick except for the 5 that have come, and you blew it. You blew it, Christine.
Well, I was on the phone with someone very important.
Well, that's great. Why don't you call him back and tell him you've been disqualified? Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye, Christine. Sucks. Look, we should
What?
legitimately one day do a study
What's up?
into the amount of women that have disqualified themselves during where they're whining, because it has to be a way higher
They don't
percentage for
listen.
women than men. Is that what
Which
it
proves
is?
they don't listen.
Thoughts, Kimmy? Thoughts?
I don't know. You think it's higher? Well, based
Way
on
higher.
the
Percentage.
smaller amount of women. Yeah, you could be right. You
This
could be
could
right.
be proof that women do not listen.
They
Or
don't.
they just don't really know the game.
Which means they don't listen.
252-WCMF, 252-9263.
You told me you've been disqualified like 5 times.
And you call me a girl constantly.
And you know exactly how the game works.
You call
You're
me
in the room
sissy.
from start to finish, and you disqualify yourself.
They have girl hands.
Let's take one more before we go back to the post for people that are just joining us. 252-WCMF. Patrick, where are they whining, buddy?
You know what? I think I'm going to go with Penfield this weekend.
Why
Or this
Penfield?
week. So Penfield's a pretty good-sized town, and people out there are very, very picky about their yards. You go through Penfield, and it's very rare to see
It is beautiful
a
out
yard
that way.
that looks like crap. And there's also a lot of older folks out there.
Oh, yeah, they got the old.
that moved to retire there because the community's quiet.
Yeah, no,
already
they
have
say when you retire, one of the best places to live in America is Penfield.
a
A lot of sidewalk.
Yeah, I hear.
I think it was. You laugh. I think it was voted like a top 10 town at one point.
Yeah, every town in this area
Like it
has
was
a
like a
sign
ma-
that says it was a top 10
Yeah.
for something.
I like his choice of what
You
he's
could
doing.
just say I like that pick. Doesn't mean you want it.
Patrick, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. He's liking every pick.
I know.
So whatever
Patrick may be
wins-
feeling good about himself at the end of this contest.
Oh, why is that?
Well, I don't know. You have to ask him.
Well, no, I just hung up
Maybe
on
he
him.
found the Lord.
You're an idiot. 252-WCMF. Everyone on hold, sit tight. For the folks that are just joining us, let's give the post one more time. Kimmy, thank you.
All right. This person writes, my neighbor likes to bring my mail up to my house. I don't know why he does it because no one asked him to do this. It started shortly after he retired, and he's been pretty consistent ever since. He goes on his afternoon walks, and when he sees the mailbox is full, he takes it out of our mailbox at the end of our driveway and walks it up to our doorstep. On windy days, he'll even stick it inside our storm door if no one's home. I'm not sure if he's being nice or just nosy. Is he
door
doing
daddy.
this for anyone else or just us? I can't understand why he's singling us out. It's a bit intrusive and also illegal. This person responds, yes, that's blank. He He's the one with the immaculate yard over on blank. He does this for us sometimes, too. I noticed he only takes it out when he sees an overflowing mailbox. I think he has good intentions and just wants to help people out. A very friendly guy. He's just unaware that not everyone appreciates this.
252 WCMF. Tommy fell on his face right away and picked Parrington. I'm in East Rochester. Steve is in Arundecoit. Chris is in Webster. Pete is in Greece. Christine disqualified herself because she said Arundecoit right after that. Patrick is in Penfield. Look, if you want a shot here to get a legitimate win,
field.
Look, we've bunched.
Yeah.
We are all east side except for Pete. There's a ton of real estate left on the west side. And here's the thing, man. I told you, I was going back and forth between the tiny part of the west side that broke off to the east side and all of the west side.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the winner might still be out there.
And you're thinking it may be where?
Oh, let me tell you.
No, which side of town?
It's a west side town or it's an east side town known as a west side town. That's what I'm telling you. Thoughts? Issues?
So you're kind of saying
Like,
you think the winner is going to be on the west side.
Hearing you try to be cunning is the funniest damn thing in the world. Like, you can't get your own words straight. You think you're going to back me into a corner, you bitch-ass, ugly-ass, stupid-ass, illiterate bitch? 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Redneck. Redneck, where are they whining, buddy?
Y'all are wrong because I'm going to pick Farmington. And the only reason I say that is because have you ever been through, like, the village of Farmington?
Hey, who hasn't?
Yeah, they call it the Vegas of outside of Canandaigua.
If you're retired, it pretty much is because you have the racetrack right there and the casino, and you're just outside of the lake town, which I'm not going to name because I'll get disqualified. So you're just outside of that district where you can still go to the lake, you can go to the casino, you have immaculate yards, and there's mailboxes everywhere.
Redneck.
And they're not on the house, Patrick.
Redneck. Christine disqualified herself and had a better guess than you did with Farmington. It's never been Farmington. It will never be Farmington.
Well, but that means we're kind of due.
We may have had a Farmington in the past.
Did we have a Farmington?
I don't think so.
I think we might have.
But he may be onto something here.
Redneck, we got your wasted pick. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Brendan. Brendan, where are they whining, buddy?
They are whining in Hilton.
Why Hilton?
Because that is where all the Kodak employees fucking went to.
Whoa! Brendan, you can't curse. Why are you so
my
passionate about retired Kodak employees? There was no need for an F-bomb in that sentence.
I use it fluently.
I can see.
Yeah.
Dear Lord. All right, Brendan, we got you for Hilton. I'm going to hang up on you now based on your last statement. Thanks for the call. Oh, I'm effing Kodak employees. They're retired to quiet, nice lives.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Steve. Steve, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to have to go with Victor.
Why Victor?
I don't know, just a feeling, I guess. And I also want to apologize to Kimmy. I don't think she's questionable. I think she's very intelligent.
Okay, so she just put her headphones on. Steve called last week and said you were of questionable intelligence. He just apologized to you.
Oh, questionably smart is what I
Yeah, that was uncalled for.
No, Steve.
It's okay, Steve.
It's not okay, you son of a bitch, you monster. Steve, it sounds like you're not sold on Victor. It sounds like you wanted a different place before you called up.
Well, I would really like to go along with this, but I'll keep mine on the board.
Okay, Steve, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF. Jimmy, where are they whining, buddy?
Gates.
Why Gates?
Because they have a lot of retired people in Gates, and it's a good neighborhood for people to walk through, and so.
All right, all of those things are true, and Gates did come to the front of my mind earlier. However, you do realize, Jimmy, Gates was last week.
Yeah, but still, it's this week, too.
It is this week, too, Jimmy. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good Not only is it last week, it's this week.
Too.
Put that on a T-shirt.
Gates will always be Gates.
252 WCMF. Brian, where are they whining, bud?
Hey, good morning, break room. I just want to say, number one, who lets their mailbox overflow with mail to begin with? And number two, congratulations last week, Tommy.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
It was an
you're
honor.
welcome. So, yes, and if for some reason you don't win this week, you can have my star because I am saying they're whining in Brockport.
Why Brockport?
Obviously, I think Kimmy's trying to pull the old switcheroo. We all think it's on the east side. We're going out to the west side.
Okay, but you could have picked any other west side town, like Brockport. It's an odd pick to think west side, because I don't even think west side when I think Brockport. I think college town.
What's out there?
Well, there's not much more to the west, though, honestly.
So you said... You said you sounded like you wanted another West Side town, Brian, is what you're saying.
Well, I was going to say, but I didn't. Taking Brockport.
Brian, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. He did the quote. That should count for disqualification.
No, he doesn't. He's just having fun.
We'll take one more call, and we'll wrap it up with a man who wastes all our time every single day
here we go.
Between 6 and 10. Ben's got the last word. Where are they whining, Ben?
All right, I'm going to go with Canandaigua because...
That's his pick every week.
I know.
No, it's not. It's either Canandaigua or Fairport, and I'm going with Canandaigua this week.
You idiot!
I wasn't even trying, man.
Specifying. That's BS.
Ben, there's one rule. There is one rule, Ben.
He hung up.
Man, you tried so hard. I wasn't even trying.
You
man.
made him so mad he hung up the phone. What did you do to poor Ben?
Well, he didn't have any more dimes. Oh, God.
All right. We have...
Oh, it was either blah or blah.
We have 1, 2, 3,
Ben.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 picks.
All right.
To recap everything that's on the board right now.
We got to have a winner.
Tommy's in Parrington. I'm in East Rochester. Steve's in Irondequoit. Chris is in Webster. Pete is in Greece. Christine disqualified herself. Patrick is in Penfield. Redneck wasted everyone's time with Farmington. Brendan said Hilton, which ain't terrible.
No.
Steve is in Victor. Jimmy's out in Gates, despite Gates being the winner last week. Brian picked Brockport, and Ben called up and puked all over himself immediately. Are we ready?
Let's do it.
Ready.
This is not good.
Brockport! Greece!
Come on, I need this.
Fairport!
I need it more than you know.
Where?
Give me a win.
They whining!
This week, I like that everyone's spread. It's all good.
We don't have a winner?
No.
Because this week, a single star remains on the board.
Damn,
crap.
undefeated.
Because this week...
You got defeated this week, you idiot!
No, but nobody else has a star, so I'm
you
undefeated.
did not win, which means you have been defeated, stupid! In fact...
I'm the only person that is in possession of a star. Can we agree to that?
I had the star! I won while she was ordering the star chart! That counts as a star!
No, it doesn't, Belichick.
They whining in Brighton.
Brighton?
So you want to know something?
What?
I was thinking of
Oh,
Brighton.
were you? Oh, wow.
I was
Wow, that's amazing.
No,
that
I'm
you were
serious.
thinking it.
I'm dead serious. Brighton was in my head, and I switched.
Yeah, no, that's great. Hey, Kimmy, you know what my favorite? Remember that magician we went and saw? He was really talented. Where you show him the card, you go, oh, that was what I was thinking of.
I love that guy.
2 of diamonds. I was thinking 2
How
of
does he
diamonds.
do that?
Shut up, stupid. All right.
I can't believe nobody picked it.
Yeah, now
Brighton gets picked every week.
I know.
Well, it touches everything.
No, that's your mom.
Picked around it, sort of.
That's also his mom.
Keep running
I
your
was
mouth.
thinking that.
I was
gonna say your mom.
Oh, it was good. So wait, Mo, he said I was gonna say blah, but then I said
Doesn't
blah.
matter. He didn't win anyways.
No, but that should be a disqualification towards next week. Like
No,
hold on.
What are you trying to chase me into next week's game?
It's like a hockey.
Disqualify me.
It's like a hockey game where you get in a fight in the last 5 minutes and you get suspended. No, I think that's fair.
Listen, this is
no
such
no
crap, man.
suspensions.
Look at this. Try as you will, you'll never have a star.
Shut up. A star's coming next week. I'm not even worried about it. I should already be in possession of a star, but I'm going to let that go. Because we should be excited as men.
Right.
You know, well, reboots are the new thing, right?
Mhm.
No such thing as an original idea.
Yeah.
Not that there ever was. But why they would want to reboot this 90s television show? It served a purpose at the time.
Yeah,
Yeah. Did you see this?
I think so.
We'll tell you
Yes.
what amazing, brilliant, fantastic 90s show is coming back next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There have been some massive successes with reboots the last couple of years.
Yeah, what's coming now?
Well, this is a show that was big in the 90s, but not big in the way that other things have been big. And I understand that at this time period, this was a necessary show.
Yeah.
For a certain segment of men. But now, that need has completely disappeared.
You're absolutely right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. It was announced yesterday that a Baywatch reboot is in the works. So it's coming to Fox. It's a series. They haven't released any details, casting, a date where it's coming. But the official plot description, you ready?
Yeah, what's going on?
Quote, daring ocean rescues, pristine beaches, and iconic red bathing suits are back, along with a whole new generation of Baywatch lifeguards who navigate complicated, messy, personal lives.
So they really changed it up.
In this action-packed reboot that demonstrates there's family you're born into, and there's family you find. Who is this for?
Nobody. Because they blew it. Because they could have done this the right way, and it would have hit.
What would the right way look like?
Netflix.
Well, okay.
No, because you could. Because here, it could be raw.
Yeah.
And you could be naked. So you
so
could
we know
have
who it's for.
You could have. It could be R-rated. You could have naked sex scenes, and it could be the
Are
language.
You 7 years old? Are you 7 years old? You could have naked sex scenes.
F-bombs,
you could be doing the sex naked.
F-bombs, boobies, and the storylines, like the crime stuff, could be a lot gritty. You could have made a grittier version of it, and it would have been a hit, man.
Even with that, it doesn't matter.
But haven't they kind of done this already, like a couple different ways?
With
I know they made the movie,
But that was kind of a joke, right?
But
like,
also-
it was like a parody almost of Baywatch.
But you could almost make this one more legit. You could almost make this like a legit, actual crime series.
Question:
with
want to make
boobies and butt crack?
You want to make the life of lifeguards more legit?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I'm trying to think. Have they ever done a lifeguard movie that was like a serious take?
They
on
made
it?
a movie called Lifeguard, and it was pretty much much Baywatch.
I mean, the only reason you do a lifeguard movie or TV show, Kimmy, is to show off a bunch of chicks in bikinis.
Right.
But here's the thing. For the people that are going to sit down and watch this Baywatch series, have they not heard of free pornography on the internet? Because that's what this show was in the 90s.
Yeah.
Right? It was on late at night or in the middle of the day on a weekend, and you touch yourself while you were watching it.
Yeah.
That's what everybody did.
Yeah,
right?
it's the reason why all those running scenes were in slow motion.
Yes.
Even with Hasselhoff.
Well, yeah. Have you seen that guy
Also
without a shirt
slow
on?
motion.
Kimmy, don't hassle the Hoff. Look, Pamela Anderson and Carmen Electra were not going to win daytime Emmys for their
No,
performances.
but they became household names off of that show.
Yes, because everyone was cranking one out.
But think of I don't know how you hate my idea.
How long did that show go for? Because I feel like there were multiple, generations of it.
We knew
and maybe that's
comics.
why I thought they redid it.
We knew comics that had cameos in it that we would have follow-up questions.
The original series, Kimmy, ran from 88 to 99. There was a Baywatch Nights spin-off.
That's
in
what I'm
there.
thinking of then.
And then there was a third spin-off called Baywatch Hawaii, which ran from 99 to 2001 after that original series was over. Fun fact, that starred now action star Jason Momoa.
Yes. I've seen clips of it.
And Hasselhoff became like a hit in Europe. I think was it Germany? He was like
He's
people
He's
insane,
massive in
yeah.
Germany. And again, I will share this story only because it's the funniest story of all time, and it's the reason why David Hasselhoff is still a C-list celebrity. David Hasselhoff, you know he performed on the Berlin Wall as it was falling. I'm not exaggerating. Like, that's how much of an iconic person he is in Eastern Europe. So the people who ran Hasselhoff's record company decided they were going to do a pay-per-view event, massive concert in Europe that they were going to broadcast in America to show what a big deal he was in his talent. And they picked a day in June in 1994 to do it. And it was an all-inclusive, super exciting evening that turned out to be the night that O.J. took off and ran for the Cubs.
Oh, man.
He picked
Timing's
the
everything.
worst night in the history of the 1990s.
Another icon.
Yes, to have his coming out party, and nobody bought it.
Damn.
Well, there may have been a few who missed that iconic moment.
Did you ever see the other iconic moment of his life? Is when his daughter filmed him drunk on a hotel room floor eating a hamburger.
You know, here's my problem with that.
What? I loved it.
Who hasn't been there? Who hasn't been in that moment in their life?
I know, but the dickish thing, your kid films it and posts it out there.
252 WCMF. Again, yesterday was announced a Baywatch reboot is in the works. It's going to be on Fox. Even with your gritty Netflix drama idea, I'm not watching it. Like,
because you're out because you're so picky and jaded.
What do you mean picky and jaded? I like my entertainment to
Well,
be entertainment. I like my pornography to be pornography. Like, what's so wrong with that?
I like it when everything joins hands and we unite as one.
What, pornography with a plot? Because they have those. You don't watch till the end.
I'm wondering.
You're going to find out if the sink gets fixed.
It's going to be a sticky situation.
Why don't you go right for Baywatch?
I'm wondering if the people who actually sat down and watched and enjoyed Baywatch, every week, would those people be interested in a reboot? Because I'm thinking like they love the original and nothing's ever going to be the original. So I guess who is it? Is it for new fans to get into Baywatch, or is it for the older set to a little nostalgia for them?
Kimmy, there is no one who was a legitimate fan of the drama of Baywatch in the 90s. Like, there's nobody that's going to be like, oh, man, they totally changed the plot. Like, nobody watched it for the story. Do you know Mike Piazza, the catcher, had a cameo?
And if he played for the Mets?
Yeah. Marlins, Mets, Dodgers. Like, go find it. It's one of the funniest He's in full uniform hitting baseballs into the ocean.
But they did that. They always had like celebrities on as themselves.
Because it sucked.
But it was also iconic in its...
It's Love Boat. It was the next generation of Love Boat, which Love Boat was the same thing. Just bikinis around the pool and dumb storylines about, what's going on the boat, the boat drama.
Yeah, but where else am I getting Lou Gossett Jr. 3 times a season?
I bet you a version of Love Boat would work today. Look how big cruises are now.
To you two, you freaks.
Yeah, just Kimmy and I are keeping the whole cruise industry afloat. I'm telling you, if you did a Love Boat reboot on Netflix,
gritty Love Boat reboot
with boobies and butt cracks and dirty
naked
language,
sex scenes,
and like murders and stuff.
Why would there be a murder on Love Boat? It's not the Love Boat anymore.
No, but
now it's the Murder Boat.
There was
Murder Boat, the only ticket you'll ever buy.
They had murders on Love Boat.
I don't remember an episode.
No, people died on Love Boat.
Nobody died on Love Boat.
Yes.
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
Really? What celebrity was killed on Love Boat?
So Ted Bundy was on Love Boat?
Shut up.
And so were the entire Manson family.
You mean the Manson family that was behind bars before Love Boat started?
Yes, that one.
That's amazing how they pulled that off. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room. That's CMF. That's going to be Rabbaroo.
Ah, the old 2 for Tuesday Rabbit music.
Nope, the 2 for Tuesday is coming up with Jolene.
Jolene! Don't take my music away.
You missed one Jolene.
Cutting back.
Yeah.
Running late.
Doctor says that you got too much Jolene.
You can never have too much Jolene. She's very talented.
Sorry,
I
she
enjoy
just
her.
called HR.
I enjoy her music.
And the police are here to talk to you. Tomorrow's a Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, we gonna get our hate on.
That's right. If there's one rock solid fact that will follow you for the rest of your life.
What's that?
If you are a parent, you're being judged for the things you do as a parent.
Oh, yeah, forever.
Well, we had a conversation, I think it was like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, about when you're out of money, what do you serve your kids to eat?
Oh, yeah.
Right? End of the week, paycheck ain't going to make it. You got to go through the pantry. And I believe we call it the best, brokest dinner you can have.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it was obvious, Tommy, like this is a desperate situation. You don't want to be in this spot. No. But just the mere suggestion that some of the concoctions that our listeners came up with, which sounded delicious, had this woman so angry with what people were putting in their children's bodies, she had to write us a letter. And we'll get into that and a whole bunch more. By the way, back-to-back lady hate.
Oh, yeah. Ladies be hating.
Women not happy with us the last 2 weeks. So we'll get to that and a whole bunch more here in the break room tomorrow on 96.5 WCMF. For Kimmy, who turns out is smarter than the guy who called her dumb thinks.
Yeah, I tried.
I'm sorry I called you
No
dumb
guarantees.
For Tommy Mulay,
yeah, buddy,
who is just straight up dumb. My name's Pat Duffy. I'm super smart. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room at 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.